Hello, everybody. How you doing today? You know what? My eyeballs could use some glasses today. Sometimes the glasses help, sometimes they hurt. Hey, Killer. Hey, Fennec. Thank you for coming on in. Appreciate everybody being here. We're going to start our day off shouting out our friend Killer Jam 25, as we often do, because Killer is here the vast majority of the days. I think he missed 2 days in the last year. So, and that was because he was really sick. He's a great man. Go check him out. Stretch, thank you so much, Barb. Welcome on in. Oh, my spine. Oh, my spine. Oh. Oh. We're starting out strong. Stretch, posture check, and hydrate. Okay. So, I gotta find solutions for hydrate. Speaking of that, not for you guys, but when I pour myself a nice big old glass of water, a cup of water, woo, vacation, Tack likes to mess with it, and last night he dumped it over. Luckily, I have enough foresight to put it on the side of my desk that's mostly away from the electronics, so he didn't fuck anything up. But I woke up, like, completely full of adrenaline hearing the metal cup just drop and the water slosh, and I was like, no! And it was hard to get back to sleep after that. But that's my problem, not yours. Anyway, I really should take notes at the end of streams. I know we're doing things. Funny story. The other day, or last week, I guess, when I stopped, I think I accidentally just left the game running in the background. Fortunately, nobody died. So that's good. But we do have a new printable right off the bat, even though we ended on a printable the other day. I walked out like another 5,000 blocks on foot. This time I finally found the dark forest biome. Turns out I just barely passed by the biome on my first search. This time I was looking for but I found it. Nice, nice, nice. I did see that message in the SMP chat, Fennec, and I added it to the posted points of interest section. If anybody wants to join us on the SMP, I'll do the quick put the socials up here so you guys can come and check out the Discord, join the SMP, check out my YouTube channel where I upload all the videos from Oxygen Not VODs of Oxygen Not Included, RimWorld, and occasionally do other stuff when I get my head out of my ass long enough to do so. Just go to the Nether for gravel. It's easier than finding a gravelly mountain. That's a good point. That's a good point. I mean, in my single-player world, I have a massive piglin bartering farm with shulker loaders for all the resources. So I get all my gravel from piglins in my solo world. Might be something we should consider doing. I don't have the wherewithal to figure out what we need. It occurred to me that with the amount of food I'm looking to process on this planet, I'd like to feed the whole galaxy from this planet and the second planet. I think the first two planets are basically calorie infrastructure for the entire galaxy. I like the thought of that on this playthrough. That being said, the only thing we got a new rancher last time. They're nyctophobic, so we're gonna have to put a light bulb in their bedroom, but that's not a problem. I think what we'd be looking out for is the possibility of a second cook. I couldn't be organized with the game. Automatic sort. Yeah, if you look behind the scenes at the redstone, though, it is pretty insane. I gotta get back into that world. That world is so good. I gotta update it and update all my mods and stuff. Alright, calories, mushrooms, that'll do. That will do. Luckily, nobody died. Okay, we're at 95,000 pickled meal, which is an unnecessary amount of pickled meal. At least I remember to get the calories positive before we had a big problem. Okay. Okay, Jesus Christ, I don't know what I'm doing. So, buttons. Okay, we're gonna put this on buildings. I really need to download that mod. Let's start with some simple stuff. Let's start like just breaking a few blocks. Something had occurred to me as I sat down. If we're gonna make basically the entire bottom side of the map and the entire this area a big ol' freaking steam room, I'm gonna have to run the pipes for the oil wells in a very methodical and specific way. I also made a nether portal to San Huevo. Excellent, excellent. Did you hook it up to the nether hub that Barb Killer and myself worked on? We need to start making tunnels. That's a project I'd like to get on. We're going to be streaming from the SMP this Saturday. We're going to be working on a few things, mostly the tunnel from Squiddy's metro system that everybody helped him put together. Okay, couple of things right off the bat here. How much liquid is here? We need a little bit of petroleum up here, so let's move a couple of these buckets because they're all like small amounts. 4 kilos. 3.5 kilos. That might be too much. I think that's too much. Alright, we'll do that. Oh yeah, no problem, no problem. That's why we, Barb took the trouble to delete so much bedrock, so that if people wanted to have a portal on the nether roof, it would all connect to the little tower spirally thing we built. There's a lot of spots in the nether that people want to get to, so we figured we should make the area that we get into a little bit safer. Okay, I feel like there's stuff that we really need to get done in here. I know, okay, so here's a couple of things. We have... How do I explain? Oh, actually, so you need to be here. Yes. And then a little of that nonsense from up here. Like that guy right there. You can move over there, and just for safety's sake, we're going to do that. Tachyon, you're a good boy. Yes, you are. So, hold on. Let's play casual. Let's pause and discuss the strategy for today. I talked about wanting to get the base sorted out. A couple of things we have to do that. One, we're going to eventually have to wind up breaking this nature reserve, because we want our main ladder system to come up through here. We're going to have to wind up breaking this out. My nose is super warm because it's all inflamed and clogged. So when I breathe, the air that comes in feels super cold, and it's making my nose hurt. Oof. I am sorry. Being sick sucks. I hate being sick. Alright, we need a lot of things. We need an absolute boatload of things here is what we need. Oh my god, I am so... Like, over the weekend, I got into playing Palia, which is a very casual Stardew Valley-ish, Animal Crossing-ish type chill game. I usually don't play games like that, but I needed something a little bit more chill than RimWorld and Ani, even. Even with a casual playthrough, Ani gets to be insane. Tachyon, I need you to calm yourself, sir. We need to get a kitchen, a proper kitchen online. We are absolutely tearing through resources as far as pickled meal is concerned over here. We're going to take a couple of these offline. I feel like I just keep playing the online offline game. Kitchen. Okay. So I probably should have designed a kitchen offline, right? We talked about putting a breakout box down here for the base. This is basically where all of our transformers are going to go. We've got our thermoregulator in here, so our kitchen is definitely slotted for this area up here. Not a big deal, right? So I'm not sure. Let's try and do this with the planning tool right quick. We need to get... How big, I never remember, is the gas range? Is it 3 tall? 3 tall and 4 wide. I know it doesn't look 4 wide at the base, but if you look at the top, it's got that little, like, chimney smokestack coming up, and that overlays into there. So that's 4 tall, right? And we've got our natural gas down here. What we can do... Alright, so let's pick a couple of colors here. Let's go with natural gas. We'll go buildings are red. So that's our natural gas, right? Then let's say that's our grill. And, I don't know, let's call this our musher. Now, the problem with this is we kind of need 2 of these setups. And I'd like them to be able to access the same bits, right? Now, if we put a sweeper here, it's going to be able to see here, which is problematic because it'll be underneath the thing. So I am a little on 2, 3, 4. It would be able to see that. Hello, Angels. How are you doing today? Let's do a quick shout out for Angels over here. I think the Frosty one is on cooldown, so I will use this one. Angels streams Minecraft. I think you're doing Bedrock, right? We met with the console craft team. Now, I gotta be honest, guys. I did 0 homework on this. I was planning on waking up early enough to deal with it, but with the catastrophe that happened this morning, with the water being spilled everywhere, kind of knocked the wind out of my sails a little bit here. Okay. How am I gonna sort this out? Let's go into space a little bit, and let's build up in space. Because I'm not sure how I want to do this. We need a double kitchen. Doing okay, and I am back. Good. Nice. Yeah. I am on the road for an appointment, but wanted to watch. Oh, thank you for coming in. We're doing Oxygen Not Included today. We're going to be doing Minecraft on Saturday, and then Monday, Wednesday, Fridays is RimWorld. So let's do a little bit of placement math here, right? So let's say we stack the whole system, right? Is this 4 tall? Oh, it's only 3 wide. I'm an asshole. Okay, that overlaps. That makes life a little easier. So let's say we stacked all this nonsense, right? And then we went into our shipping section and got our sweepers. Now, in order for this to see all of that, it would have to be here. Because reasons. You couldn't put it here because it wouldn't actually be able to see the bottom, but if you put it there, it'll see the side, both of those tiles. So let's say this is our kitchen, right? Our gas ranges. Then we need access to these guys. And again, we could put that here, but we couldn't put that there. So if we put that there, and we put this here, it would be able to see both of those. And it would need to be able to see into a freezer, right? So that would mean that it needs to be, the freezer would have to be at farthest this tile here. Okay. Okay, so let's work with that. So let's say that's the tile it's going to look at. So our deep freeze is going to look something like that. There will be a metal tile right there, right? So that leads us in a different direction as far as our spacing is concerned. What that does is puts this into a situation where we could do something like that. Now that one sweeper will be able to acquire the ingredients that are there and put them in any or all of these spots. Now, if we've got 2 gas ranges and 2 grills, which might be excessive, I don't know for sure, and we've only got 1 musher, that could pose a problem. Now, how do we noodle ourselves another situation here? Yes, there's the community Nightbot. Guys, Nightbot posted up the YouTube and the Discord. If you'd like to join the community, come and click over to the Discord, say hi. We talk about all the games we play, hang out, talk nonsense and food and kitties and doggies and life and art and all that good stuff. And the YouTube's where I post all the VODs and videos. Now, this'll work. Wait, will it? We'll poop. This'll work, theoretically. But how do I squeeze another micro musher in here and still have it see what's going on? could I maybe... I don't think so. See, I was thinking maybe we could, like, do something cheeky, like put this up here. But I'm fairly certain, so this is 1, 2... Yeah, that won't see up there. Not a chance. The reason I want 2 micro mushers is because of berry sludge. Now, there is another option here. We could let this be the kitchen here, and we could process berry sludge on the other planet. We could put a micro musher in here just in case we need it. And if that's the case, then awesome. And if we figure out that any one of these other buildings is not getting used as much, we could swap out a gas range for a micro musher. It wouldn't be the same size exactly, but we could always slap a statue in just to make that feel a little better. I think that might be a good kitchen as far as that's concerned. Now, in addition to that, we're going to need a loader somewhere for it to put the finished food onto, right? This doesn't really matter. Any one of any location will do. You know, we could stick that right there. This thing will then snag food. The issue becomes with this setup that this little tile here is going to trap gases and stuff in here. But if we put a vent down here, we should be all right. I think I like this design. I think this will do. So let's do this. Let's try our blueprint tool. And we'll call that kitchen. But we might end up using the planning tool. So how does this fit in here? Not amazing. So we'd kind of have to put it like there. And that leaves space on the left side. And I'm not loving that. I'm not loving that. We did all this work to make things tight in here. So that does kind of... So if we were to actually boop that over like that, we would lose one of the gas ranges, which wouldn't work for me. Problematic. This is problematic. Okay. Okay. So how much space would we need to generate? We would lose 2 tiles on the left, in theory. So we could forego the musher entirely. Okay, so what we would need to do to accommodate everything is we go like this, this, and that. And if we put that would have to go... Okay, so we'd have to move this guy. We'd have to put that there and this here. And then we would move the loader. Hiya, Aya. How you doing today? What's the good word? And again, doesn't really matter. So that would in theory fit, I think. Let's I don't know how to deal with blueprints. Would that work? Kitchen, again. I gotta figure out how to delete these files, but... Hello, baby flying visit. Just an FYI, CC realm is reset and we miss you. Hopefully I can pop in again later. Hi, Console! It's been a long time since we've hung out with Console. Good to see you back in action, my dude. Shout out to Console Craft. I hope my shout-outs are not off cooldown. There it is, guys. Go check out Console if you like Minecraft. Console runs a invite-only Bedrock server with all content creators. I was on there for a little while doing things, got tied up doing other stuff, but still love the people. Love Console. That's where we met Angels. And, yeah, reset to the new thing. Maybe I'll pop on and screw around. Go build a little hut out in the middle of nowhere and, you know, make cookies. Lure in the server with cookies. Unspecified virtual reality thing. So, Beat Saber. Now, we could... We could, theoretically, if we're going to use this design, move that down there. Now we're talking about a nice compact little kitchen. I'm going to stop using the blueprint mod. It's driving me... Well, no, it's fine. It's fine. It's fine. We'll just make all the blueprints. This is why I don't use blueprint stuff. Okay, so this looks like it slots in real nice, like. I mean, we could even have some extra space if we wanted to, like... I mean, that connects real good status right there. It does leave space on the top, though. Kind of like the idea of getting it in there like that. The Minecraft server was at 22,222 days earlier today. That's awesome. I can't believe we've been going that long. I do like the way that connects there a lot. Like, that's a real nice situation, right? Maybe we do that. That could be really good. I mean, it does leave the two tiles at top, but if we wanted to, we could just put a ceiling at that level and change the format of that. I like that. And then that drops, gives us space to drop some stuff in there. Posture check. You're absolutely right, Angels. I already had some of that action thrown at me, and I got to get on top of it. Now, what we could do, in theory, is swap a few things around, and we could put the ingredients on the left. Ooh, hang on a second. Hang on a second. I think I might like that more. Okay, so what I'm thinking, guys. Let's just make a copy of it. What I'm thinking is 2, 3. I don't know if it would see this tile. If it could see that tile, now how would I check that? How would I check that? Okay, I got an idea. I got an idea. So, we know that a direct diagonal would see that. But would it see that? It would. So boop, boop, and then boop. Ooh. Okay, so this should be able to see that. So then we can ditch this situation. And that becomes our new kitchen. I'm gonna uninstall that. Maybe not. I don't know. It's kind of all right. But so that would put that there. And that loses us a spot on the end. I kind of like that for duplicate pathing, but I don't like that for losing space over there. What could we do to make this better? Because we were going to put it like that, right? We can't really knock out that bottom bit. That loses us that space. Was I... Okay, so if we use this one, we can go like that. Bing, bang, boom. That's sorted. And the thought process was if we shift that over, we could use that space, which is basically that. That puts our gas range... Hydrate, yes. Yes, hydrate. On it. Suboptimal on this. Oh, that's the wrong way to go. I do think I really like the way this just slots into the existing space. So our cooks might have to do a little hippity-hoppity. Hi, kitty. Come here, bub. Come here. Come say hi. Hup. This is Tachyon. He is the handsomest of boys. Yes, you are, baby. You are so good. Such a baby. There he goes. There he goes. Up onto the chair. He likes that spot. Kitty, 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 kitty. Okay. So, I guess we roll with this. I think that's our design. So we're going to cancel that, and as insane as it sounds, I'm going to use the blueprint tool instead of the planning tool, because the blueprint tool requires us to do other things. Getting gases into here is going to be a little bit of a pain in the ass. I've taken to using that as yellow. Make the loader orange. I guess we'll cook like that, and we'll make these like that. Frosty Tools, Treble Queen, hey, how you doing? Thank you for raiding in. Welcome, Raiders. Frosty Bot took care of the shout out. What is this? What does this thing say? Raiding in from Ani. Hell yeah. Hail, subjects of the Treble Queen. They've been fiddling with anomalies, mysteries, dodging abductions, and hunting for 5 V-Bloods in their hosted server. From no-cam day to solo gold raids, they're all about survival upgrades and a good old catnap. Now with a steamy upgrade, will they conquer or be submerged in expedition? I have no idea how the bot figures out how to say all that. Welcome in, Raiders. I'm Nethercloud. I stream noon to 6, Monday through Saturday. Monday, Wednesday, Friday is RimWorld. Tuesday, Thursday is Oxygen Not Included. And Saturday is our little wild card day. This is more of a casual playthrough for me, so I'm messing around with a few mods for the first time. We've got true tiles, filtered sweeping, a couple of other little things like blueprint and planning mods. We're working on designing our kitchen, because I love a good kitchen, and we're waiting for Jonathan, our volcano, to come back online in 19.9 cycles. Really, I should be prepping for that instead of trying to plan a kitchen, but, you know, we get distracted. We're kind of trying to, like, skip steps, because of course we are. We've been burning through our dirt on pickled meal for the entire playthrough. We're on 337 cycles and 8 dupes. Thing is, I don't really want to switch over to anything like bristleberry or anything. I want to go straight into barbecue. So last stream we were working on our slickster ranches. We're going to need more slickster ranches eventually, but we need Jonathan online so we can get our petroleum boiler kicked on fully. We've got it nicely prepped, and it's working. In theory, like, everything works, but we need to buffer a bit more magma before we could put this thing on in full force. So in about 40, probably in about 40 cycles, maybe 50, depending on how much output we get out of this thing. I'm not going to do the math, but it is what it is. We'll get this fully turned on. That'll power some petroleum generators, and we'll get ourselves some stuff going. I really want to get the base kind of dialed in a little bit more this week, which is why we're trying to plan this kitchen out. That being said, let's go to the planning mod. Let's turn up the opacity a little bit, and let's copy this nonsense from here. We're going to want to slot this in right there. Problem with this is we're going to end up breaking the nature reserve. That is problematic, but I'm not sure how to deal with that without causing other problems. Maybe we shouldn't start on the kitchen. I like having that plan for the kitchen, but maybe we shouldn't just start there. Okay, brain is starting to come online. I woke up late because, well, I woke up early to the cat knocking water over. I don't know where Tachyon went, but he's about here. He just came to say hi. Oh, that's, Jesus Christ, I don't even know what the name of it is. If you look up planning mod, if you go to the Steam Workshop and just look up planning tool, it's got like a... It's got the planning one, which has got this. And then if you look up the blueprint mod, you can actually blueprint stuff directly and just, like, slot it down. Like, this is a Dreco Ranch design I was working on. So, there's the blueprint mod and the planning mod. And the planning one has the little colored dots and stuff, which I really like. It definitely helps a lot. Because my brain does not... My brain can put things into small spaces a lot easier with color coding and stuff, so... We did a lot of this planning down here for our slickster farms, because we had to create an awkward shape because of the way the oil is flowing over. God, there's so much to do and so little time. Missed an opportunity for a Willy Wonka strike that, reverse it joke, but, you know, we're not going to reverse that because that is the way it is. What the hell am I doing, guys? What I'd like to do is link this whole system in. And we might need to... Okay. Yes, Bubba. You are such a sweet boy. Let's do what... Fuck. I am tired, everybody. Let's tell them to empty this. I already told them to empty this. Let's press play and let's consider our situation here. So I want this entire area up here to be a steam room, and I want the CO2 to drop down here. So hey, you got wet food, you got snacks, you got attention. I don't know what you want. Please stop, buddy. Please stop. What's spreading? The insanity? The insanity is definitely real. Okay, let me think how we're gonna noodle with this. Theoretically, at most, we're gonna have these 2 rooms here for eggs. I'd like to get that stuff powered. We've got our wild slicksters over here. Do we jam pack everything like? Our dupes get right into their suits coming out of. Hey, buddy. This is getting a little tired, bud. I know you need all of the attention. All right, we'll have one more kitty moment. We'll have one more kitty moment so the raiders can meet you. Come here. Come up. Come up. There you go. There you go. The exhaustion. Yeah, I don't stop. I have trouble stopping. I'll be so tired when I get off stream. I'll eat dinner. I'll be all sluggish and I'll be like, all right, I'm just going to watch a couple of videos and go to bed early. And then eventually, like inevitably, I don't go to bed early. I'll power on a game. I'll be like, I'll play games for like an hour or 2 and then I'll go to bed. Use your shoulder, cat. And then of course I'm up till 2 in the morning and I look at the clock. I'm like, God damn it. I got to go to bed. I love this boy. This is Tachyon. We have an emote. If anybody follows, you can use the Tack Attack emote. Tachyon. Oh, you should. Oh, I wish I could. I don't know if I can get the mic in close enough. I don't think you guys will be able to hear him purring. Oh, he does? I don't know. Treble, I'll tell the story since apparently we're a cat stream right now. We have roommates that live out in the guest house, and they found him in the alley. Somebody abandoned him in a box, and they found him. We're like, hey, we found this adorable kitty abandoned in the alley. Will you help us find a home? Because I know the local cat lady. Of course I do. Hi, Bubs. No. It's a good story. We found each other. Don't. Oh. Let go of my. No. The cute deteriorates to screaming real quick. He wants to play. He thinks he can bait me into playing. He's like, if I act really cute for a minute, maybe Dad'll go and get rambunctious. Okay, bud. Now you gotta go. Now you gotta go play. So anyway, they came in and I met him, and it took half a second. I was like, no, you don't have to look for a home. Kitty is home. Just watch him while I go to the store and get litter and food. And we've been together ever since. That was a few years back. All right, I'm gonna just cancel that. Okay. Not gonna lie, little confused what I'm doing right now. 16 kilos is too much. Let's move you over here. Let's move you over here. Wait. Move, Nether, move. Not cancel, not... Okay, we'll move that there. Okay. I really need to focus, because like I said earlier, I accidentally just left the game running, and we had like something like 30 tons of dirt. Now we're down to 24. I let this game just run in the background accidentally for 6 tons of dirt. Glad nobody died. I would have gone back to an autosave, but really glad nobody died at that point. But we need to get our industrial area planned out down here, because we need to get the power going, and we need this stuff to feed our slicksters. We're coming online slowly but surely. We've got 4 critters here, and then 1 in each of these. We haven't started putting these together yet because I don't think we can support 8 ranches on what we've got going now. We need to get... I know we can't. I don't even think we can support what we got here. We need Jonathan to come online. So, how do I want to do this? So let's start running some piping, right? This water pipe coming down here, this is going to get obsolete real fast because we can't just run uninsulated pipe down here for water. We need to run insulated pipe because it's going to be 200 degrees, well, 150 to 180-ish degrees, like from all the way up here, all the way down over here. That being said, we also have to decide where we're going to end this, and I do think we can put in an additional 8 slickster ranches down here, eventually. So the eventually being the key part here. The issue with that is I don't know where. We've got this thing in the way, and I don't want to plan that, but we almost kind of have to. I think what we'll do to start is we'll brick this in here with insulated tile. No, it's fine. I don't care if this side of the map heats up, actually. All this being said, I gotta make sure we keep enough room for our eventual projects. We could move the wild slicksters again, stick them somewhere more not in the way, but I don't know where more not in the way is. Ooh, we've got our eggs coming in here. Excellent. 6 larva eggs into the evolution chamber. Wonderful. So we're going to be starting to get barbecue online right quick. Okay, so sorry. To all the new people coming in, I'm not always like this. Often, but not always. So let's say we get down. We need to get 5 of these bad boys in here somehow, right? And that would overlap. I'm kind of thinking. What if we just put them down here? But the problem with that is, not only do we have to move stuff... So let's say, okay, so what do we got? It's a 3x3, 3x4. We need 5 of those. Nope. Copy, not make more. So we need 5 of those bad boys. Right? So if we come over here, click copy, we need 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, keeping in mind that we may eventually have more than that. So this is what we need to place somewhere. And we need to have a ladder system like we have here. So if we place it anywhere like this, we run into a problem. Now what we could do is slot it in over here. This might be a good spot for it. It does overlap some of our current systems, but hey, what else is new? Every one of our systems has gotten overlapped by some absolute nonsense. If we jam it all the way in the corner here, it puts us tight right up against the neutronium, but it does give us a little space on the other side for possible power tuning. We don't have any metal volcanoes. That's not going to be a thing. Never mind. We could just bring it over to here. And then if we wanted to stack that, let's say it went there, and then a space, we couldn't stack it there, so we'd have to actually... That's not bad. At least space on the left, which I'm not a fan of. I don't want to waste space, right? So what we're doing, sorry, I should explain what we're doing for the new people coming in. We're setting up to have this petroleum boiler come online. This is going to output about, well, not about, between the oil we're getting from 3 oil reservoirs and the slicksters augmenting it, we're going to be running 10 kilos a second of crude in, 10 kilos of petroleum out. Because when you boil it with a volcano, it's an even ratio instead of losing half of the mass in an oil refinery. That will supply petroleum for 5 petroleum generators non-stop. We leave those running. That supplies us with enough carbon dioxide to run about 75 slicksters, which should feed between 45 and 50 duplicants, which we're not going to have on this planet, but we're planning on feeding the galaxy from home. My cat Tara looks almost exactly like yours, just a little darker fur. Her voice is very Maine Coon, but she is a rescue, so we don't know for sure. Exactly. My boy might be a little Maine Coon. He's definitely adorable, and he's very vocal. What did I forget today, buddy? What did I forget? We did wet food. We gave you a nice treat snack. I know you got shortchanged a little bit on living room time because Daddy woke up a little late, but I mean, you're always going to be upset about it no matter how much time you get. We had snuggle time this morning. We had camera time. I don't know what you're so upset about, but we need to pull it together here, bub. I'm a little indecisive today. Again, I do apologize to anybody coming in who's not used to me, but my community, we're supposed to be having kind of a chill. I do a lot of challenges when I play this game and RimWorld. But yeah, cozy vibes is what we're looking at. We're just trying to have some fun. I enjoy planning stuff, so the community has been very supportive of like, Nether, do you. Like, if you like to pause and plan and think about things and talk, you should do that. Because, you know, that's what this playthrough is about. We're doing a sea ice challenge on RimWorld, where we started with a single rich explorer pawn on a sea ice, and we went up to 3 pawns briefly, but one of them got kidnapped, and we had to eat everybody else. So we're back down to 2 pawns. So that's where we're at in RimWorld. It's pretty undeniable that this thing slots into this corner, right? Pretty undeniable. And then if we wanted to set a second one up. Now, what else do we need over here? Let's think about that for a hot second, right? Concern. What's the concern? So let's say... Okay, so in here we're going to need a couple of refineries. That fits in up here nicely, right? We're going to need a rock crusher. I don't think we're going to need more than 1 rock crusher. We crush pretty fast. Right? Yeah, it's, I don't know if you've ever done sea ice travel. I'm playing on Randy Random, 500%, losing is fun. No traps, no kill boxes, no mods. So you could see why, in contrast, we're just kind of taking our time and chilling on this game and this playthrough. I know what it's funny. Everybody busts my chops about how, like, even when Nether does casual playthroughs, he does insane shit. So that's kind of where I'm at. We've got a lot of systems going on here that are interdependent, and I'm probably going to absolutely just cause chaos. I'm going to wind up having to rush to put together a bristleberry farm at one point here. All of the water on our map is stored in this infinite storage here. There's something like about 100 tons of water in here somewhere. Yeah. I'm a bit of a masochist, as the community will tell you. Okay, so I know I've said okay so 100 times. I'm gonna try and calm that down. We're gonna need a battery over here, right? A smart battery to deal with turning. No, we're not. We're not smart battering this son of a bitch. We're never gonna turn off the petroleum generators. So I do like them stuck in there. If we put them in there. And then we do metal tiles with a little lip there. That should, and I say should, flash all of the polluted water into steam as it comes out of them if we run this thing at the proper temperature. These will expand over, so we'll have 5 steam turbines. That'll all be a whole thing. We'll get to that momentarily. The reason I'm so concerned with getting this up is this is what's going to support our slicksters, and our slicksters is what's going to feed our people. I'm always nervous about feeding people off of ranches, but we're going to make it happen. So this should be plenty of space for refineries and a crusher up here. All of the transformers are going to move up here. We've got a little bit of a way to get all the power through there. We fixed that last time. Swapped out heavy watt wire to heavy watt conductive wire, which is running along here. And as soon as we break out this airlock and make this our primary airlock, we'll be able to just link all that stuff up, put in a couple of more, and then have space for our liquid reservoirs here. And then this steam room will eventually get broken out into this area. And then if we wanted to add another one later, we could deal with that, right? Later. So if we grab this, Doesn't quite fit there. Doesn't quite fit there. But we could bring another one in, let's say down here. Somewhere, eventually, if we needed to. If we needed to. Because we do, to be honest, I don't really notice you being much different because you thinking out loud sounds a lot like my thinking in my head. Aw! The highlight of the nonsense was a creep join with 4 death refusals, died in the Arctic, popped out a metal horror, got back up, punched his metal horror demon, died again, got back up, punched it some more. Yeah, and then we used it to distract a wild thrumbo. That was good times. Okay. What we could do, I like this idea. Nether has ideas. We're gonna need... We're gonna need an aqua tuner for a few things. Alright, rather than making that all metal tiles, what we'll do, or make that, rather than that line, let's make this come over to here, legit. We'll be able to put an aqua tuner here if we have to. The input will be a little off, but no, I don't like that. I don't like it. I don't like it. But this, we could also put like one of these guys here. I'm just thinking like ways to help heat push the water. If we have to, we'll break this out into a tank. Do a few things. So that looks like how we want to do that. So, how are we going to shift things around to make this function? Interesting stuff here. Jesus. Let's just revel in the fact that my base is complete nonsense. To be honest. Okay, yeah. I appreciate that, Fen. The gas sorting system is going to have to go somewhere. So, what we can do... How are we on lime? 1.8 tons of lime. So, I think our first move, realistically here, and I know this is a pain in the ass, is that we're going to get rid of this rock crusher and possibly move this thing, the filter. And then we can take these two that we're already running. That's the problem, is we have to hot swap everything, right? Have to hot swap. So if we grab these guys, they're going to need to be made out of steel as well. That's the problem, right? Because of the way we're setting this up. So if we put one here, and then we take this out and put another one here, that will allow us to link those into the system, and then we can get rid of some nonsense. Also, that would mean that we can kind of use this existing water catcher for now. It's always hard when you're trying to shift a system over to a new system. Let's deconstruct that. Then let's start working on putting this whole thing together. First and foremost, we're going to run mesh tiles along here. We're going to get rid of this thing, because why not? Let's go over to the power grid. We're going to, that should land, so if we bring this that way, that should cover these. Then the problem is the filter here, which honestly we can take offline temporarily, or we could just move down here. Half measures and all. Yeah, let's move that down there temporarily. This is pumping water from here, which is going to get destroyed once we move those. So, that being said... Actually, let's not move that there. Yeah, okay. Okay, brain is starting to kick on, ladies and gentlemen. Here we go. Right into the abyss. Let's put this bad boy here for now, right? Let's run an obscene wire down to it, because I don't want to deal with things. And we're going to go like this. And we'll put a pump in here. Okay, I'm starting to figure out what we're doing. I'm starting to figure it out. Just bear with me. The brain cells are coming online. I should have taken my ADHD meds earlier. I try to take my ADHD meds like an hour before stream if I can remember to, because usually then by stream they're kicking in. But I took them right before stream, so an hour ago. So here we are. That goes there. And then we deconstruct this, smack a ladder segment in right about ba. That means we'll be able to continue this wire down and not have to have a joint plate. And we'll put that there. That'll pump that into that section, and that will need to go into here. Currently, we're still pumping stuff up to there, so that'll be fine for now. Lots of back and forth, right? So we're going to wind up jumping that over here. Yeah, that'll work. That'll work for now. Okay, let's let the dupes do that action. Let's also go into our planning blueprint. We can hide this because I kind of know what's going on now. Once we get this bit sorted, we'll be able to delete this stuff out. Okay, I'm back. I'm in Ani mode. I was also just getting a little bit worried about the dirt. 24 tons of dirt is not a long time to live on. I know it's insane to try and jump from pickled meal to barbecue, but, you know, I like to do ridiculous stuff on my more casual playthroughs. For now, this is all just going to... No, you know what? Let's not make those that. Let's make those there, and then that will come around that way. That way, this stuff is just going to drop straight down here. We do need to get rid of this nonsense for that to function. It's a little bit out there. This is an obsolete situation. We're also going to crack in here and get rid of all this steam. We're going to corner delete it. Okay. I remember what we were doing now. This is not going to fill up fast enough for me to have problems. So wait. Yeah. We're safe. We deconstruct that. Even if water comes out, it'll spill over. Then we'll do a little moppy. We'll move that there for now. That's good. Then this thing can come down here, up to here. We got a lot of lead, so we're running heavy watt conductive wire because fuck it, why not, right? So let's go power grid. We're gonna delete this nonsense. That's going to give us the petroleum generator out of steel number 2 and 3. Should be able to bring those online fairly quickly. And this is going to build straight across like that. So here's what's up. We're going to leave this here with this refinery until this comes online. Once this comes online, we can reroute this petroleum to go in here, and we could let this bleed off, or we can use it for other projects. I might just use it for other projects. Really kind of depends. In order for all this to work, we also have to start working on our system that prioritizes pumping water to our oil wells. So we'll get working on that as well. That's what I was talking about earlier. You see how this guy works down here? Fantastic. All of these are set up to work the same way. Basically, these things, as they pump oil, they just drip right out their liquid lock. Everything goes down. We've got a mesh tile layer around here. All the oil gradually sloshes over to this corner where it's pumped up to this box, which is going to be an infinite storage. We've got 2 pumps in there just in case we need to pump oil somewhere else other than into here. We are going to be producing more than a full pipe because we're producing about 9.5 kilos a second with 3 oil wells, or we will be. But then running about 75, 80 slicksters is going to ensure that it winds up being more than that. So this is going to fill up. So we're going to use 2 pumps because it'll be more than 10 kilos to pump things into here. And then eventually we might bring the other 2 online and build a second petroleum boiler over here. I do have grand machinations of trying to make a sour gas boiler this playthrough, but I always have those grand machinations. We need to actually get to space first and get like supercoolant and all that nonsense in order for that to even be a possibility. So whatever it is, it is. We'll delete out that stuff. That's not in a great spot for what I want to do here. I know what we'll do. I know what we'll do. We'll build in here first, and we'll shift that over. That'll work. Hungry? How dare you want to eat? Who said you could take a lunch break? So, what we're going to do, we're going to get this sorted, get these guys hooked up to this so we can break these out, which will allow us to build the rest of them. We'll start running the lines for the petroleum from Jonathan. We'll start running the water lines that need to go down to the oil wells. We're going to run those through insulated tile because I don't want problems. We're going to make them out of insulated pipe. I would love to make them out of ceramic, but we haven't ramped up any type of ceramic production, so we're going to go with regular igneous rock pipe. What it's going to be is, you see how all of these prioritize and just like group together for the water to dump back into the steam chamber? 5 steam turbines, if they're running full time, are going to be outputting a full pipe of water. So by the time this gets over to here, it's 3/5 of a pipe coming down there. You can see how the blobs start small and get bigger as they come across and then out. So we're going to set up 5 steam turbines here, and we're going to set up a liquid shutoff that's going to measure the pressure in here. When we get a pressure above, let's say, 20 kilos of steam, it's going to send a signal to the shutoff to allow water to flow through, and rather than dumping back into the steam box, it's going to pump over to a liquid reservoir buffer that's feeding into these 3 reservoirs, because this is going to be a water positive process once we're running all 5 of these petroleum generators. Water positive, power positive, food positive, oil positive, which is fantastic. Now, in order to do that, we're going to need to get the water from up here all the way down here without boiling it in the pipes. And I think the best way to do that, as crazy as it sounds, is we're going to take this across, because this is all a vacuum and is going to stay a vacuum. And I think we're actually going to bring insulated tile through the base and bring it down through here. Or through this side. Whatever. It's going to come down the same shaft as our dupes travel down, and then it's going to stay inside the tiles and go over to these. I might even make these insulated tiles. I think that's probably a good call. Not for the sake of... more for the sake of our water than our dupes. This is just a nub that's there because I gotta empty this to move. We're moving this liquid lock down here. Basically, our dupes come out of their bedrooms into their suits, and then they go up and down the pole that's inside, and they come down. So the ranchers can just come out of their bedrooms, drop down the fire pole, come in here and handle business. And I like that. I think that's a good way of doing it. This is our egg hatching area. Let's go in here. I don't care how many critters are in here. We can put this on 40. Do not give a shit. Slicksters. So basically, all the eggs from our ranches are getting dumped right here. Right now there's 7 larva egg. These are set to a high priority, so as soon as one of these empties, dupes come in, grab an egg, put it in one of these things. Once we get these powered full time, because we're going to be able to do that, we're going to have that much obscene amount of power. Once these, that's why they're made out of steel. Once these are powered full time, we're going to be kicking out enough eggs. Right now we need about 2 per ranch. So we've got 2, 4, 6, 8, because we've got 4 ranches working. Getting ready to spin up right now. When we get these others online, we could duplicate that. Then once everything is powered, we can put power... Once we've got the full petroleum set up, we can power 8 of them and then ditch the other 8. You know, steps we have to take to get to where we need to go. Okay, we got to let the guys build a little bit. And then... No more and then... We won't delete this, though, because I think eventually we're going to try and get this side built out to ranches, too. I don't know. Well, that'll be a whole other design thing. I don't want to get into that right now. We spent a lot of time at the beginning of last stream designing these slickster ranches. I don't want to do the same thing twice. We will do that eventually. I mean, we'll do it twice, just not twice back to back. So we're going to focus on our industrial area and getting our deep freezer up and running, because I'd really like to be able to
freeze our food. Let's set that on a high priority. We built this little combined cooling system here and linked it through the base with this wire down to here. We are going to put our transformers here, and then we're going to put doors so our dupes aren't upset about how ugly. This room's going to be obscenely ugly. We're going to have to spam some statues and shit just to offset it. And once we get our kitchen installed, which we wrote the blueprint up for, we gotta, yeah. I gotta figure out how we're going to do our nature reserve. We've got pips, so we can create natural tiles and put a ranch, nature reserve, pretty much anywhere we want to. This system was working great at turning the steam into water when we had water here, but we haven't actually turned this on yet. Basically, this aqua tuner is going to cool this little chill tank and metal tile, and it's going to chill the thermo regulator. The thermo regulator is going to freeze our deep freeze area, and this chill is going to save chill up so that when the water in here goes below or goes above 95 degrees, this door will slam shut and inject cold across to keep the water as water. That water is basically storing chill so that when this thing erupts, all of the steam immediately condenses into water. That drops down to this pump, which pumps it into our infinite storage here. Now, in addition to setting up these steam turbines to prioritize the oil wells down here, it's going to secondarily run off into this chamber here. We've got a little bit of an input set up. We may eventually have to crack in here and make some changes. I really don't like the idea of it. If at one point we do, what will wind up happening is we'll let this thing just run, because this is our oxygen setup in here, right? It's not pumping because we're already overpressured. What we're going to do is we might end up duplicating this setup above here. I might actually have this water pumped to a temporary tank somewhere, and then let this run out, and then come in here and make some changes. This is kind of not an efficient use of space, so I do kind of eventually want to change that, but we're talking a good couple hundred cycles down the line. I don't want to deal with that anytime soon. We've already spent entirely too much time working on this setup over here. I do like that we have our chlorine, carbon dioxide, and natural gas all tucked into here. That feels pretty good. We'll empty that too. Might have to bring a little bit more liquid up there. We are going with a classic method for cooling our steam turbines. We are putting them inside of a vacuum, but cooling and heat do not transfer through a vacuum, so you can use the conduction panels. I find that if you're going to use the conduction panels, the only material that really stands up the test of time is aluminum, and we haven't been to our second planet yet because it was just last episode that we got even close to our teleporters, and I don't feel like dealing with that right now. We'll get over there eventually, I swear. But what we're going to do is rather than actually put, you know what, that's enough petroleum. I probably should put more in there. We could use a little more. Let's say that's 16 kilos. That's too much. Just kind of want yeah, that'll work. That'll be good. What we do is rather than put hydrogen or some other gas in here as a transfer medium, we put just a bead of petroleum along the floor. And then we run our cooling pipes through that bead of petroleum. This thing, I might want to cool this a little. We could make some minor adjustments here. Yeah, let's make a few minor adjustments. I'm going to put that there. And instead of these pipes here, we're going to run that up, grab a jumper here. We're going to jump over. We'll snip this, we'll snip that, and these can get deleted. I like that flow a little bit better, and it'll make sure to cool the petroleum over here. We're putting vacuum chambers between a lot of stuff. So this steam room, it does not touch... It touches insulated tiles and this heavy watt wire, but this spot is vacuum, so heat can't transfer through it. And then this one, same thing. These three are going into this little vacuumed out chamber, and so none of the heat or cold should transfer through them because it can't transfer through vacuum, as we were just discussing. Same thing here. This whole area is vacuumed out. Same situation. Our thermoregulator here is in a little bit of oil to cool it down. Did run that in. How do I have that set up? Okay, so that is linked into the main grid. So all of this wire will eventually connect to the main grid over here, so everything is peachy keen fine, and any of the heat we're deleting will get turned back into electricity and dumped back to the main grid. You know, I like to be power efficient if at all possible. Okay, let's take a quick pause moment here. Gonna make that Boros stack. Hell yeah. For anybody who doesn't know, we also do some Magic the Gathering here. I don't stream it on the channel often. Usually when a new set comes out, I'll do like a bonus stream. And that's how it usually winds up, you know, linking its way into the channel. But I have toyed with the idea of doing some other stuff. Right, for now, we're going to run that pipe like that. We're going to snip this. We can break these out. I might still need that pump there to get things where they need to go. So we're going to break that. We're going to break these. We're also going to put some more pipes going all the way over to there for the eventuality of those existing. Okay, there's a little bit of work queued up, then same thing. That's left tile, so that should go to there. Wonderful. Our current system is using a battery to make sure that our stuff only fires when it needs to. When we have the volcano petroleum boiler going, we won't be turning off our petroleum generators. We need the carbon dioxide to feed our slicksters and subsequently our people on barbecue. Okay, down to 6 eggs. I bet you we added a critter here. 5 critters here now. So as soon as they're hatching up here, these new pickup and drop-off things are fantastic. I absolutely love them. It took me a minute to get used to how they work rather than the combined ones. So what happens is, like I said, the auto sweepers immediately pull the eggs out. They pull everything out. Eggs, meat, shells, anything that drops that is not... Anything that drops, basically, in any of these ranches immediately gets brought over here. The eggs will then hatch inside of the oil. Oh, well, the eggs will then get prioritized to go into these. Dupes will, like I said, it's high priority. We're on a 9. The first thing the ranchers are going to do is yank the eggs out of there and put them into these, just to reserve them. Any overflow of that, as far as eggs go, they hatch and they drown in the oil. I know, it's absolutely terrible, but we play RimWorld. You guys know that terrible is sometimes an essentiality in these games. And then that meat will eventually get automated to bring up to the kitchen. For now, we're just going to let the dupes do that manually. Speaking of all of this, we could also start trying to put in our regular systems here. No, not that. That actually... That can all go. Put that in there and delete this tile. Make that a little nicer. You guys need to not be on because we haven't prioritized the automation wire. Hello, Emily! You came in a good time. Nether's brain was absolutely toast for a few moments, so you know how that goes. Let's get these automation wires. Always build your automation wires quickly. Problem is now these things are running, but I did just snip out the petroleum so they won't burn too much of it before we sort ourselves out here. Emily is the proud parent of Jonathan. If anybody wants to name any of the geysers or volcanoes, you can redeem the name a pet redemption. What are you deconstructing? Liquid bridge. Did I tell you to do that? I did tell you to do that. Good job, Julie. Name colonist is a redemption we have for points. Right now, I think everybody has a name. Yeah, because Lyra's our newest, and she got named Princess Leia. So Princess Leia is our newest dupe. Everybody else already has a name. We're not going to be bringing on huge amounts of people in this playthrough. I definitely 100% did not overcomplicate the nether portal in the nether and or send an image of said portal in SMP chat. Awesome. I love it, Fen. Love it. I didn't overcomplicate an industrial. Toasty Brain looking for company? Yes, Toasty Brain definitely looking for company. Is that automation wire in place? Automation wire is in place. So we can officially hook these back up. Those are linked into the main grid already. Kind of. Priority 9 on these bad boys. That'll do. That'll get sorted quick enough. 2 of them are working. So what we're going to do is we're going to start snipping out the petroleum to these bad boys. That way we can get rid of them. Now, actually, I don't have to worry about this because we can just drop that down to this shelf and let it roll into here. Good stuff. I wonder if I can delete this through the corner. That'd be awesome. Okay, so we're going to let those burn off the last of the petroleum that's in the pipes, then we'll get rid of them. In the meanwhile, we're going to deconstruct this so we don't have redundant systems going at the same time. Yeah, this pipe can get deleted. That pipe can get deleted. Wires-wise, that can go. This is all polluted water. Polluted water. Let me just double check that. Let's look at our liquid overlay. Okay, I don't see any petroleum mixed in with the water, so we can sort that out by going in here, buildings. We're going to delete this whole lot here. All right, liquid-wise, we've already finished that. Wonderful. No. Not copper. Oof. Already fucked up here. You cannot be what you are. This may cause some problems. Alright, it's going to be what it is. Let's get a high priority deconstruct on this thing. This thing cannot be made out of copper ore, but we might accidentally dump some petroleum over here, so we might have to do some real quick emergency mopping. We don't want petroleum getting into that polluted water. That will cause problems with the water sieve. Not big problems, but... Okay, petroleum dropped to the floor. Excellent. Well done, dupes. Well done, developers, actually. You know, I gotta give the devs credit on some of this. Ooh, no. We can't go that far. We're still making steel. 70 kilos. Okay, we are gonna need more refined carbon. Like, gobstopping amounts. I think we just set this to do forever. It needs coal. Yeah, let's just set that to go forever. Because we're going to need that, because we need obscene amounts of steel. I mean obscene amounts of steel. When you're trying to do a hotbox chamber like we're doing, literally everything down here that has an overheat temperature is made out of steel, including our pneumatic doors. If you do stuff without that, you run into some problems real quick. We're going to empty that because we're going to try and create a little airlock system down here. Same deal over here. We're going to put that there, and a little of this action here. That should create a little vacuum lock. Just trying to move these airlocks down by a tile. You know, lots of little side projects in this deal. These doors don't need to be made out of steel because they're actually in a vacuum, so that's perfectly fine for now. Anyway, you know, we might run into complications later on, but, you know, that's future Nether's problem. How are we doing on pressure? Pressure is good. Pressure is fine. Pressure! If you guys remember Tweak from South Park, back in the classic days, we need to get this stuff swept out of here, though. Let's get that. You don't need to be swept. I should be using my sweep filter, but, you know, I'm not. Because why would I do smart things? Next thing. A lot of things going on, right? A lot of things going on. Are our pipes empty? Looks like our pipes are empty, so we can actually deconstruct these bad boys. Actually, you're not quite ready to be deconstructed. But what we can do is we can destroy this automation wire real quick, and then those should just cook off whatever's in them. Because these are now on the automation wire, which is solid. Why are we not pumping down here? Oh, because our pipe is full, which is excellent. So we're producing a good amount of crude at the moment. We're going to do our best to dump water over, like polluted water over here. In fact, why don't we just tap down basic issue bottle emptier. Yeah, basic bottle emptier. Slap that down there. We're going to set that to all polluted water. It'll all get dropped in there, filtered, and shoved into our oil creation system. Leading me back around to... Let's get rid of you. How about those pipes? So the pipes are going to have to come from up here, and they're going to have to come down through here. Now, realistically, how do I want to deal with that? Because they're going to need to go to this one, and that one. I want to bring the pipes through here, right? Right. So I think one of the easiest ways to do this, we're going to grab a liquid bridge down here, and we're going to just jump these over here, snip those bits right there, kapow, and then we're going to run a pipe straight through. Basically, we can even fix those pipes at the moment. We'll do that. That's going to literally run straight through like that. And then this one, I think ideally I'd like it to come down, no, because it's going to interrupt a lot of things. So we're going to bring this down through here in insulated pipe and then over here. Okay, that's a lot of piping for them to build. That's going to be the water that's coming down to our oil reservoirs. And these are going to be the pipes that bring our crude up to this system. They're in place. I do believe they have power coming from an odd thing. Like, we have some power that's not really what it needs to be. This right here. Like, what we're going to end up doing is over here on our main grid attached to all this nonsense, we're going to wind up... So the breakout for the base, because we've got to separate some of these lines. We're going to be putting a Dreco ranch setup and a Pip ranch setup up top. I like the way it caps off the base. So this is going to be our distribution box. This should give us... What did I do the math on? So 1, 2... So we should have 4 lines here. 4 lines running to the base should be plenty to run all of the stuff we need. Most of it's, you know, on-off stuff like sweepers and loaders and stuff like that. So 4 lines for the base should be perfectly fine. That's going to be our breakout box for that situation. Give or take. We're never going to be able to delete that little piece. It's going to drive me crazy for the rest of the playthrough, but I'm not cracking back in there to do that. That is just an unnecessary thing for us. Then what we'll do is we'll have a breakout box somewhere down here that takes care of all of the oil wells and the ranches. Nauseum! Coming in. What's going on? What's going on? Nauseum, my ADHD meds are finally kicking in, so I'm actually making sense. You came in at a good time. Let's do a quick shout out for Nauseum over here. Bing, bang, boom. Go check out Nauseum as soon as Frosty does it. From diving into DLC adventure to unwrapping gifted surprises, Nauseum Stream is a treasure trove of gaming variety. They've been exploring new worlds, solving mysteries, and even testing out fresh titles with minimal mic chatter. Whether it's a first playthrough or a low-key night stream, they're always up for the hype around their latest gifts. Tune in for the unexpected at every turn. It's a great game, Nauseum. The fact that you like puzzle games and you play games like Satisfactory, I think you're really gonna get into doing this. It's a good time. All right, I'm gonna actually put solid tiles and let this just roll off that way because I need room to work over here because this system's got to get dealt with pretty fast. We'll go back to having this there. Can't delete this through corners. We can't corner delete Steam with stuff in the way, so we're gonna actually have to get in here and fuck with some stuff. We could also try to like cool down the Steam. 98. Oh, you know what? Putting this block in here, this block just absorbed temperature. We could totally corner delete and re-delete until this steam turns into water, but whatever. This is just a cleanup project. Anybody who knows the way I like to play, I like to actually like clean up my base. One of my happiest moments in this game is when we get to sweep the map and move all of the debris where it needs to go. Get it out of... it just feels messy until then. Plus, it creates a little bit of extra lag that we don't want to deal with. I'm going to take a sip of water. Okay, so lots of work going on. Lots of work going on. How much petroleum is there? That will do. It's a little more than we need, but we're going to put that there. Temporary lip here for when it inevitably spills over. That didn't spill, which is fantastic. Just drinking from my water bottle when you said that. Aw, twinsies over here. We're going to do that. We're going to break those blocks. And then we need... We need those broken, and then no more in there. I think I can do this in a clever way, but let's see if I absolutely fuck everything up or not. So again, anybody who's newer to the game, what we're doing right now is we're trying to make sure that we have double liquid locks. I know it seems odd, but this blob of liquid means that gases can't pass through. Gas and liquid can't occupy the same tile. So what we wind up with is a situation where there's liquid here and a vacuum here. And since heat can't travel across vacuum, the fact that it's going to be 200 degrees out here, it'll still be a nice balmy 20, 25 degrees in here once we get everything sorted out. Like I said, though, we're trying to move this whole system downward here. So what I think I'm going to do is a cheeky little gravity move. We're going to delete these two tiles and let this blob drop there. Then we'll rebuild in those tiles down to here, and then we can delete this stuff out. Gotta be careful, though, because one of our dupes is new, and they're not allowed into suits yet. She's got to run for a while. Her athletics is just not quite where it needs to be to let her out into suits. They're at a 6 athletics. We need to at least double that before we allow them to get loosed over here. You are a rancher that has improved carry, so you ranch and you side in plumbing and hauling. I like it. I like it. I don't care that you need a light bulb to sleep. Ooh, new printables. What do we got? What do we got? What do we got? We're looking for another full-time cook. Got to get back to lurking. Liver is doing its thing. My heart goes out to you, Nauseam. I would be right there with you, you know, taking care of you if I would be there with anybody in our community. If anybody was sick and I was able to actually get to them physically, like if you live down the street, I'd be there bringing you food and, like, you know, holding your hair while you puke. I know that sounds terrible, but, you know, it's, God, I used to have long hair. There are many times I wished someone was there to be like, okay, it's okay, Nether. Anyway, I digress often and shamelessly. Let's just take the blossom seeds. We don't really need them. I would like to get Paku eventually, but oh, you wouldn't want to bring me food unless you wanted to see it again in 15 seconds. Okay, yeah. I was kind of getting. I think I kind of touched on that as we were talking about here. So anyway, back to the oil wells, because, you know, ADD and you know, jumping around. The reason this design is so powerful is it traps in the natural gas and then pumps it out to a tank. We have an infinite storage for that because we're playing casual, so I allow myself infinite storage. But the cool thing is the oil is going to come out of here at roughly 75 to 85 degrees when it comes out of the oil well, meaning that the oil will absorb the heat that this thing is generating, and then the oil just drops down, which is good because we want it to be a nice toasty temperature as it goes up through our heat exchange. And it automatically cools the oil well. These things overheat at a very high temperature. They overheat. This one's made of lead, and it overheats at 1,980 degrees. It will melt before it overheats. So, that being said, it's a self-cooling design. Definitely stole this from Francis John. I think I tightened it up a little bit. His is a little bit bigger, and this one works great. I'm not saying I'm any better than Francis. That man is absolutely insane. I could not play this game if it weren't for the knowledge I acquired from watching him. He's just an absolute, like, madman genius when it comes to these type of games. Been watching his new RimWorld series playing Anomaly. We finished our Anomaly playthrough not last week, but the previous week. God, that was fun. But the things he's doing are just absolutely just next level. Just, I can't even believe he's doing it. We need that much space to play this game. We got just grams of steam though. Milligrams of steam. Oh, because these tiles are allowing heat to go through. You know what? Let's let that do its thing. Let's let that do its thing. Because I think this is going to just drop down to a... Yeah. The temp from these blocks alone. Because if this little bit of steam just turns to water, we just crack in here and mop it up. In fact, let's help it along a little bit. We're going to deconstruct and reconstruct. They won't be able to grab the materials in there, and then we'll just build it out of cooler materials. Bing, bang, boom. Looks to me like we're making progress. I love this game. I absolutely fucking love this game. We should also preemptively think about putting an access panel over here. Or an access tunnel. What we're gonna do, we'll plan on putting that there. It'll be awkward. And then we're gonna wind up breaking out this tile. No, we can't break out. Hang on. We cannot break that tile out. That's too close to magma. So we would have to break these two and these two, put a little blob of petroleum there. Okay. The reason I'm trying to plan this is this system is rock solid, but once everything gets spun up, the crude is going to wind up coming in here. Like, basically, all of the stuff has to heat up. The pipes have to heat up. The tiles have to heat up. Everything has to heat up. And once everything in here is fully cooked, you know, probably quite a few cycles in, we might get breakage on these last 2 or 3 bits here. So eventually we're going to want to come in and just put in an insulated tile or two, an insulated pipe or two. Like, I think the last time I had to make that segment insulated, and then we were fine. But that's not going to happen for several hundred cycles. So we don't have to worry too much about that, but when it does happen, we want to get in here because it could cause some major problems if we don't crossing liquids. So we're going to preemptively think about putting a ladder there, and we're going to get a little blob of petroleum going over here so when we do have to break in, it's not as scary. We are working right next to magma. If this magma ever spills into this base, game over, man. Game over. We technically don't need this double layered, but I like the idea of it. But I do want to swap this over to igneous. More for aesthetic reasons. We're playing with the True Tiles mod, so all of the tiles look different based on their material. This is obsidian, this is igneous, this is sandstone. We have fed the vast majority of our sandstone to our hatches. Why are our hatches normal? Where did our stone hatches go? This is problematic. Okay, somehow or another, I let the stone hatches unmutate. So let's take the sandstone out of here. I hate these things. How do we turn everything off? There we go. Sedimentary rock, copy settings, paste settings. And then what I want to do... Damn it, dupes. Damn it, nether is more likely. I can't believe I screwed up that hard. We can't let that be a thing. I'm going to put down a tile of igneous right there, along with an auto dropper right there for now, because I want to be able to sweep that stuff out. We're going to priority 6 the construction of those. A lot of projects, 23 tons of dirt. That's fine. It'll last a good long while. Hatches are coming online. Steel is getting produced. Hatches are coming online. Nether is fixing his past mistakes. Somehow or another, we lost our stone hatches. Lionel, what's going on? How you doing today? What's the good word in your neck of the woods? I am realizing I made a few problematic issues. 14 hatch, hatchling, hatch, sage hatch. That sage hatch could be useful in other locations. You know what? Oh, you know what else? What kind of amount of polluted dirt do we have here? .2 tons. You know what? Let's put that there and go into refinement. Move to Milwaukee. It's nice there. Excellent. Glad to hear it. Absolutely glad to hear it. Never been to Milwaukee. Been a few places. Never Milwaukee, though. We're going to put that there, right? And we're going to move... We're going to put a little box over here. And we're going to put our polluted dirt over here and let them start composting it. I don't usually compost things, but we could use the extra dirt. Ventilation. Yes, canister. Hell yeah. I am going to put one of you here and one of you here. So when the dupes, some reason or another, we wind up with these little canisters of oxygen, right? And I wind up going in here and hitting manual empty. We've got a nice system set up, right? So we've got these sweepers here, and we've got these here. So we've got Atmos suits in here. There's 4 in there. There's 2 in here. Doesn't really matter how many there are. Basically, if the dupes somehow... Basically, these things will automatically fill the suit docks if the need arises. Right now, there are 4 beds in here. There are 4 dupes. Now, there should be another suit here. So we're going to hit deliver, and that thing, boop, puts the suit there. The other 4 suits, they're out there on the dupes. They come back in, they change into them. Now, I don't know why. I think it might have to do with the suits deteriorating. Every once in a while, these oxygen canisters get dropped. So what we're going to do, rather than manually emptying them, is on this side, we're going to put in a canister emptier and set it to oxygen. Then these things will be able to sweep those up, put them into the canister emptier, bam. Now, it might create the smallest amount of overpressurization in the base, but I'm not as worried about that as other things. So we're going to let that be. So these are the 2 tiles we're going to end up having to break out. So that tile, man, I am ADD building all over the goddamn place. Okay, that stuff got swept out of there. We're going to take those off of there. Over here, we're going to put this on sweep only. We're going to go with all, and we're going to sweep the junk out of here. First test drive, excellent. I'm really enjoying the concept of an Angels and Knights spellbook deck. I've got I don't want to call it a deck, but I've got an idea going. Black, white, and... No. White, red, and black? Yeah, white, red, and black. I don't know what the actual name of that color combo is, but that it's fun, but it's not quite where it needs to be. It's not even remotely optimized, so to speak. So gonna work on that at one point. If anybody does want to play Magic the Gathering at any point, please do just pop in and say hi. Feel free to share your name in the Magic the Gathering section of, that's a lot of petroleum, 16 kilos. There we go. That's what we're looking for. We're gonna move you there. Lot of projects. Lot of projects. Boop. And then they come out here. This is no longer necessary. That was just to catch any of this fluid that may flow over. Let's do our little trick down here. See, that's the thing with the way I'm playing this game right now. I am all over the place. All these little bits and pieces need to get done slowly but surely. So I'm going through. Oh, see, we turned all the steam into water. We don't have to do anything stupid over here. We can just kind of break in. Excellent. One of the main reasons I want to do that is because I want all of these materials back. That's 1.2 tons of steel we don't need to waste. Nice. It's always great when you can force a quit out of somebody. Killer, killer, killer. Killer's got himself stuck, but let's just get these broken so he falls. Wonderful. Deconstruct that bad boy. Just deconstruct that tile to allow that polluted water to drop down. That's good, that's good. Excellent, very excellent. A little bit of oxygen not included waterfall going on over here. That dropped into place perfectly. What we're going to do is bring this down to here. Yes. Okay. Actually, I want to do this first because we need to make sure our door priorities are in order. The last thing I want is to see Princess Leia going out into the main area, getting herself cooked. Look how happy they are, talking about germs. Whatever floats your boat, Stoop. Now, I was considering the idea of separating out this area so that they'd have to come in up here to access the industrial stuff, and then they'd come down here to access the ranches. We might still do that. It all just kind of depends on how things flow as we go here. I'm not trying to get super crazy with it at the moment. We will do that later on. We just need to kind of get some of our systems running right now. That's the most important bit. Alright, so let's copy our priorities there. Then we can actually deconstruct this. We can mop that up, and we can deconstruct these bits. Then we need to play a similar game down here, and by similar I mean the exact same game. We'll delete out those blocks first so we have a little bit of control over the situation. Alright, they're sweeping. The reason I'm sweeping this out is we want them eating sedimentary rock. I really should link this in to an automation system. I've been lazy about it, which is probably why this all just did not work. I'm actually going to turn that off. We don't need a drop off there. That's probably part of the problem. I'll leave it, and I'll just leave it with no filters on for now, just in case. But overall, that's not really a necessary situation. Okay, we're going to deconstruct that tile, let that liquid drop. And again, if anybody has questions, thoughts, comments, concerns, ideas, any of that, just feel free to throw them out there. I'm doing my best over here to explain stuff as I go, but you know, there's a lot of things going on the screen. So if anybody is curious, do you know if there is a blaze farm on the server? As far as I know, there is not, Fen. I have some blaze rods in my end chest. Sweetney and I went out and grabbed a bunch of blaze rods one day because we were supposed to... We went and grabbed them because we were going to do the dragon and unlock all the portals around, but we never wound up going and getting the gas tiers, and we never wound up doing the thing. So, let's get that swept up a little bit. Oh shit, I screwed this up already. Hang on, we gotta re-brick that. I don't need that there though. We have to brick this in, drop that, then do this. So, God, I love this team. Our dupes are so badass. We've got 7 badass dupes and one that's in training. So. Now, can they get over there? I don't think we have a way for them to get over there now. How do I fix that? Let's just bust these out. Let's just kind of micro this project. I want this done so I don't have to deal with it anymore. Deconstruct, deconstruct. Excellent. We're going to do those at a 6. And we're going to deconstruct this at a 6. So they should do that first and foremost. Once we drop that down, we'll put the door there, copy the settings, then deconstruct this like we did over here. I'm at the fortress, and I'm just wondering how I am getting back. Put down an anchor, Fen. I'm going to say that right off the bat. One of the big mistakes everybody makes, myself included, make sure you put a respawn anchor down or whatever. I would put down an end chest, and I would dump everything that's not important into an end chest. Don't get killed and let your stuff despawn over there. I've done it. Sweetney's done it. I think every Minecrafter in history has done it at one point. Learn from the mistakes of the past, and don't go in there just trying to kill blazes and doing it without any safety net. Safety net's important for that nonsense. Respawn anchor. Yeah, the respawn anchors. You make them out of crying obsidian, and you feed them glowstone, and you get 4 respawns before you have to refill it. It came in with the Nether update, 1.16. Man, our dupes are absolutely slaying it. Let's set that at a 6. And then remove polluted dirt from this equation here. Okay, excellent. You assholes. The first time they go to move polluted dirt, they drop it right at the bottom. It's fine. It's fine. I'm not going to murder my own dupes, but God, I want to right now. Do not... And chest, nor food. Oh, well, to the best of luck to me. Barb said, are you on the server? Barb might be able to help you out. Yeah, he's on the server, Barb. He's, or they are. Sorry, Fen. Did not mean to misgender. But yeah, Barb can probably help you out. She's better at the game than I am. You're a he. Okay, sorry. I thought you went by they. I will make sure to say he. Sorry about that. I try to be conscious of that stuff. I know there's like all sorts of controversy about like stuff, and I don't want to get into that here because that's not what this channel's about. But as far as my opinion on everything, I think it's easy enough to respect someone's desire to be called whatever they want to be called. I go by Nethercloud, even in real life. When people are like, what's your name? I'm like, Nethercloud. They're like, no, not your gamer tag. What's your name? And I'm like, my name is Nethercloud. That guy, the one that's legally on my paper, he died a long time ago. He's no longer with us. He went out the door the same time he said goodbye to his family that didn't understand him. So for me, it's one of those things I totally... It's not the same, but it's one of those things where I get why people would want to choose their identity. So I think it's easy enough to be polite and respectful to others. Okay, so my big problem now is these projects are going too good. I know that sounds insane, but I'm not sure... Okay, how tall is this? We can delete all of those ladders. It's going to help with pathing issues. We will probably eventually put something in this space, but... Actually, no, cancel that. I have a waypoint at the hub. The issue is I don't know if any of the paths made it to the fortress. Yeah. Man, I wish I knew a way to do that. Will you not sweep to the... Am I insane? Will you not sweep the oxygen? Huh. I could have sworn sweepers could interact with canister emptiers, but I guess I don't have a lot of experience with that. I guess this was a failed experiment. Okay. Let's do it another way. We're gonna put it here. I wanted to put it here because it was a nice tight little space, but I guess we'll put it here. Reminder, is that Zed? That's right. Let's Zed, you're still streaming on your Zed account though, right? So let's shout out Zed3900. If you hadn't reminded me, I would have been like, I would have said hi Tropical, but I would not have realized it was Zed. So the IT pro who games as hard as they work. From building precise factories on Thirsty Thursday to unplanned Saturdays, Zed's stream is a mix of first looks and family gaming. They've been exploring RoboCop's world, getting sloshed while playing Foundry, and even had a 12-hour shots marathon in Fork Knife. Tune in for chaos LEDs and a side of woodwork with your gaming. Love it. Absolutely love it. Okay, let's take a hot second and figure... We got a lot done so far. I'm just trying to sweep some of this nonsense up. They got those ladders sorted. Everything is okay over here. Slickster in there will eventually pop out and come down here. We've got 6 critters in there. We're making our way towards barbecue. We're also composting dirt. Yeah? Excellent. So the dirt's getting composted, and it's on this side of the farm, this side of the bathrooms. Damn, I don't even think they're eating the pickled meal anymore. We might have caught up with the barbecue. That's cool. I like that. I like that a lot. Especially being that carbon dioxide is easy to come by. We've got a couple of other systems I'd like to put into place here. Namely, what I'd like to do is stick a gas pump in here with a sensor, so when the carbon dioxide builds up a little, it pumps the carbon dioxide out of there. I was doing some napkin math. Play on words. Love it. I was doing some napkin math, and I think given these other 2 oil wells, the amount of oil that the slicksters are going to produce, the CO2, like basically, I think we can close a loop here. We've got a leaky oil fissure, and somewhere on here there's I think it's right over here, is going to be a carbon dioxide geyser. So I think we could theoretically support 2 full petroleum boilers and 16 slickster ranches, 15 to 16 slickster ranchers. Well, of course you do. You're good at making decks. Alright, let me pause for a second, because we've kind of knocked out the immediate projects that we needed to knock out, right? I made it to a path, and I made it near a hub, but I have barricaded myself as there is a lot of hoglins camping the hub. Yep, there tend to be hoglins everywhere. Alright. What is our next project? I would really like to get this steam turbine area set up. I would really like to do that. Because that'll lead, and I'd like to expand our steam room. I think that's what we do next. Since we're working on our industrial area, I think sorting this out a little bit, connecting this bit up to the main line so we can actually get this going, getting some water up in this steam room up here. Yeah, let's make that our next project. Let's clean up this area, get it prepped for what we need to do. How far over are we going to move this? How much of this is going to be in base? I know I did some math on this, but we could always readjust math as need be. So we've got 10 more spaces we need for steam turbines. I'm thinking we're probably going to need at least 3 reservoirs. One for water going out to the oil production, one for the main base, and then we have one on the left side that's going to cool, and then we have a bonus one, theoretically. Right now we're liquid locking in here. It's a sloppy lock, but we could fix that. It's one of the reasons I want to work up here, is I'd like to fix that nonsense. So, what's our order of operations here? Let's check our power grid real quick. So I already put a jumper here. Oh, and then we could put in some transformers. One of these transformers could actually... Yeah, one of the transformers for the base can power this stuff over here. Or we could put one in down here, actually. That could be a thing we do. Made it to the hub safely. Aw, I love that everybody is so nice to each other. 2, 3. So this is 5. This is okay. So 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. Legitimately, this is just going to come down like this and work its way over. So we can draw that into place. Wonderful. Absolutely wonderful. So the steam turbines will come over to here. So we only need the steam room. We need the steam room to stop more or less here. This could get... Yeah, and that's why I put this here. This is in the right spot. And we double liquid locked even though we don't have to, just in case things go sideways with that whole thing. So how much steam do we have in here? 31 kilos of pressure. We could dump a little bit more water into this situation and then break this open a little bit. Start breaking out these locks, letting the steam in here. These gas pipes are then going to heat up, but we don't really care about that. We're not even really using them. They're just temporary sorting pipes to get stuff into this system. That's all going to change a little bit, but we are bringing this up, so we need that to stay reasonably stable. Okay. And then as far as people coming into the steam room, they could come through this door. So in theory, once we break all this stuff out and this whole bottom part becomes a steam room, I might want to actually brick this in here. So we can leave this as a temporary in here, I think. But eventually, I mean, we don't really need the space for anything in the base, though. We could actually put some stuff here. I don't know what we would put. Let's think about that. Maybe we put... Is this 3 tall? No, that's 4 tall. Yeah, we may very well, like, if we don't brick this up all the way over to this edge, then we might brick it up right here. Could theoretically then put, like, a couple of things. Okay, I think that is the plan, then. I think, realistically, I'm going to put one here just to remind myself of that. Yeah. Yeah, I like that. That is good in theory. And then this space could be used for something else. What else? I don't even fucking know. But it'll be fine. Everything will be fine. This ladder does not need to exist, so we can get rid of that. So then, let's talk about how to get some more water into this system, right? We can get in here if we need to. I'd rather not, but we might have to. First world problems, right? I'm trying to see if there's a cheeky way we can kind of get water out of there without too much effort. Yeah, we're eventually going to have to go in and fuck with this whole system. This needs to be redesigned. Like... It's going to be a pain in the ass. I'm half tempted to just start that process. What would we do with the water temporarily? I mean, I'm looking up here. We could create a temporary tank up here for water. And just start pumping this water up there. How much longer do we have with this geyser on the uptime? 41 cycles. No time like the present, right, ladies and germs? So let's do ourselves a favor and do this with airflow tiles, because I need to route water better in here, so we might as well... I'm like, yeah, I'm not going to fuck with it for several hundred cycles. Nope, that was an absolute fucking lie. We're going to do that. And we're going to put this... No need to get crazy with it, but let's not put it right at the edge. We're going to put that, let's say, there. We're going to need this to actually... Need that to come up. Let's say... That water's already going to be hot, but we're going to want igneous. We're going to want insulated tiles to come up. Like that. And we'll have to break in here again. Not a problem. That's why we left the liquid lock in place. So we'll break in here. We'll start pumping this water up here. For now, we're going to do that. We've got boatloads of water in here. It's going to take forever for this to drain out, which is also why I'm like, we might as well get started on this, these shenanigans. Right. 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 We'll actually cut that there and bring that like that. So what we're going to do is we're going to temporarily divert. Water coming out of our steam geyser, overflow water from down here is going to pump up into this tank. When this starts to get low on water, we'll still have plenty of reserves of oxygen in here, but when this gets low enough that we can break in and break these manual... If we break these manual locks now, it will completely destroy this. The pressure will just force the water out and just smash things to bits. So we need to leave these locked. But once this water starts to run out, we'll crack this open and make adjustments. Like I said, I didn't want to deal with that, but unfortunately that's something we're going to have to deal with. Let's keep an eye on this. We're at 95K in pickled meal, and we seem to be positive on barbecue. So I think we're getting to the point where we're running enough ranches to get this going. The other project we can get started on is actually digging out this area for our Dreco ranches, because we're going to need to get into space. There's a lot of chlorine in here that I don't necessarily want to deal with. But we're probably gonna vent a lot of this shit into outer space, actually. So I might just have our dupes come out this side, go up, and just start digging this whole thing out. Maybe giving ourselves just a little bit of protection from the ice meteors. But we're gonna have to get a lot of this just absolutely nuked for us to be able to get up there. Okay, I got this. Only 5 projects at a time now. 6 is too many. Just do 5. I'm playing. I'm like, I was going to say 1 project at a time, but that's not how my brain works. That's why it's so hard for me to get started, is my brain doesn't want to work on 1 project. It wants to do the whole thing. This whole base is the project. There's not 1 specific project I'm working on, so it's going to take a lot of effort to get there. Now, that all being said, that should create enough room for this guy to go into place. Right, so this one is going to go right there where that current lock is. This is going to go here. We're going to need to get some of this petroleum. 12 kilos. Actually, just enough, actually. That might be the right amount. Let's move that over there, slightly higher priority. We're going to put that liquid there, let that spread out, and then we're going to break the top bits here, sweep all this nonsense. The reason we're putting airflow tiles in here is that even though manual airlocks and airflow tiles cannot get overpressured by liquid, so by dumping water up here, we could conceivably bring this up and up and up until there's and just cram all the water in there that we can. This is probably going to be too small, but at least it'll get the process started. Meanwhile, it will also allow us to get water in here, because what we should do, realistically, is if we're pumping that water, we might as well pump it. For now, we might as well pump it in to this system over here. That way we can drop some into here for the steam room, and it's already 95 degrees, so it'll start steaming properly. We also need to get water into the cooling system. I'd prefer not to put 95 degree water into the cooling system, but we might just do that. I mean, everything in here is made of steel. It is what it is. Yeah, we might have to do that. They can't actually get to that segment, so we're going to have to put in a ladder right there. Okay, now we're getting to the projects I thought we would be getting to. So main projects right now, just to keep everything clear, is we're going to get this system online. At least the cooling system. The freezer will have to wait for Thursday. We need this system working before the freezer can be a thing, so we'll make all that happen. One of the reasons, again, I'm hesitant on getting up the kitchen and freezer setup is we kind of need to know where our Great Hall is going to go. And in order to do that, we kind of have to break our nature reserve here, which is going to be problematic. We might actually have to skill scrub some of the dupes, or we might have to kind of do it in sections. Let me double check how much space a nature reserve. I think they can go up to 120, but what's the minimum on these SOBs? 32, maximum of 120. So what does 32 tiles look like at 4 tall? And 8 by 4. Right. So then if we look here is this. Let's say we put our doors... We don't have to offset them like that. I just had this set up because there's some stuff I want to do with the suit docks. We're going to swap these 2 floors out for more barracks, which will eventually become bedrooms. This has to stay what it is because we can't move the printing pod, so I think the laboratory might expand out to the side. For now, the duplicate gym can stay there. We'll eventually get some, like, orbital research and blah, 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 blah. So these 4 floors are accounted for. That means that up here, this is going to wind up being our nature reserve slash Great Hall. Now, we could do something ridiculous and kind of link these 2 floors together. That would be interesting, right? So what would 120 tiles... All right, it would be coming from over here. So if the door is on this tile, and we linked this floor, what would 120 tiles look like? That's 144. That is 117, 126 right there. So this would be a full-size nature reserve. And then we could legitimately put in, like... So we door that in on 2 floors. Put a ladder segment just so that it's 1 room. We could, yeah, we could put a couple of tiles in to bring that back. So we put 6 tiles in. Nature reserve showers. That's a good question, Aya. That is a good question. Showers. We are going for cozy, right? Let's think about that. I think I might... I think I might just put the showers mixed in with the bathrooms. Like, you know how we got this whole, like, bathroom set up here? Just so that the piping is a little bit easier. Basically, like, we're just going to duplicate this piping and put, like, a set of, like, 3 to 5 showers. Not here, wherever we wind up putting the bathrooms, which is another thing we got to take into consideration, right? If we're going to make these 2 floors bedrooms, where are we going to move the bathrooms? Maybe I should actually be thinking about that. Maybe we put the nature reserve... We got things to consider here. Joya seeds. So what if... All right, just a little beard stroke. Let's take a quick pause. Right? So bathrooms, we could adjust sizing. I think the max size on the bathroom is 64. Washroom is max size 64. We've got 48 down here. So in theory, we can increase that to... Let me zoom in because I'm blind. We can increase the size to that. That would only be enough room for 1 shower and maybe a statue. We could actually make it a little bigger so we could fit some statues in here. I might do that. So when we install the bathroom, we should make it 64 tiles. We'll put 2 statues in between the toilets and the sinks. We'll put a statue on either side, giving us a little bit of decor. So 16 by 4 bathroom. But we will have to put the showers somewhere else. Now, my initial inclination with what Aya is bringing up here is, well, we could just stick the showers in the nature reserve going into the Great Hall. But do we want everybody walking by showers to go and eat? I mean, it doesn't matter. They're not going to get upset by it. But thematically, is that what we want? I don't know that it is. And we'll be able to eliminate this pipe system that comes down here because we're going to get rid of... You know what? Let's do that. Let's do that as well. Let's ditch the carbon skimmer and start putting this on a different system. We don't need anything crazy, but we're going to slap a pump in right there because that's where it fits. And how are we going to vent gases? It's going to be high pressure down here. I don't want to have to do one of those overpressure systems, but we might actually have to do that, right? All right, let's unpause that. Let's see where our power wires are running. Of course I ran the power wire like that. Let's start rerunning that wire then. we're going to run that up like that. None of these need to be turned on at the moment, so I'm just going to snip these and deconstruct that line. Now what's our best bet? I want to make this reasonably clean, but I don't want to have to deal with that getting overpressured. We're going to wind up with a lot of pressure down here, so we're probably going to have to overpressure a gas vent, because even the high-pressure gas vents are not going to do us the service we need. That being said, maybe we could just kind of stick one up in this corner out of the way. I kind of like that idea. That way it's just kind of connected in here. We could even, yeah, I like that. That's a good plan. Let's put this like that. And we'll put the vent on this side. Yeah, okay, cool. Cool. I'm good with that. And then we already set up these things, so we'll do a... You know what, since these are not set up yet, let's do that, and let's do a bridge to jump over that, and then this boy here can come up right through that, over and up into a vent. Put the vent there. Once they build that, we'll deconstruct this. Actually, we'll just hit deconstruct. They'll be fine. And then we'll bleh, sorry. Getting a little ahead of myself. What we're doing right now is, instead of having this carbon skimmer skim carbon, we're going to allow all of the carbon dioxide to float down to the bottom of our travel shaft here, right? And we're going to put a sensor in here so that when the CO2 gets up to, like, let's say up to here, that way we guarantee this thing's not going to be pulling any oxygen. This will kick on and yank some of the CO2 out and push it into this area, which will be integrated with our whole system over here. Why did I put this insulation here? There was a reason. There was a reason. Not important, I don't think. Oh, wait. What I want to do is, that should be an airflow tile. Speaking of which, let's just drop an airflow tile right there. Put that there. Yeah, I don't remember at all why I made this section insulated. Oh, I remember why. The pipes. That's not for... Yeah, okay, that's so that the water doesn't get boiled. I remember things now. I'm also considering whether I like this pipe or if I should just... I was going to run it back up here, but it's fine if it crosses there. We've got a little bit of petroleum down here. 316 grams I don't think is going to be enough, but I'm sure we've got some more floating around somewhere that we can snag. 35 grams. I mean, not really, but we'll add that to the pot. Got any more floating down here? That'll do. That gets us there. Actually, that's all we need. Let's just bring this one up here. You, sir, do not need to be working right now. Your automation is not in place. We're going to go with a gas element sensor. We can make this out of lead. Want to make sure we're not pumping any O2 out there, so let's put this up nice and high. Let's say we put that... There's like the efficiency part of my brain that's like, put it as low as you can go, but if this is going to be sucking from that tile, that's way too close. That's a little bit on the edge. That's... I think I like it right there. That's probably a little overkill as far as spacing goes, but it's going to guarantee we're not pumping oxygen out here. That's the last thing we want to do. We do want this here in theory, because since we're pumping CO2 out over here... We could also move this wire, clean that up a little bit, so we can go like that. Again, none of this is actually on, so none of this is super important. Same thing over here. This wire is probably going to come from this space over here, though. I mean, definitely going to come from this space over here, but this wire has to come down. So actually, yeah, no, screw that. This could actually be connected to the base. I'm okay with that. No, you know what? We'll connect... Yeah, okay. We will connect this wire, but this pump will be connected to our industrial system, and we'll wind up eventually deconstructing this bit, and that should sort us. That being said, we're going to set this to carbon dioxide. So when it senses CO2, it should send out a yellow, a green signal. See, right now we're in oxygen. So once this CO2 builds up enough to touch that sensor, this thing will kick on. And you see why I wanted it a little further up, because if we had it further down, it would wind up actually pulling some of the oxygen. And we don't want oxygen getting mixed into our lower area. We want all this being CO2 for the sake of the slicksters. We're probably going to end up actually breaking out some of these tiles, adding more airflow, etc., etc. I'd like to eventually make some of this piping out of ceramic. We're just not really there yet in our world. So that goes down to there. That's solid. Then we can bring this up like that, and we should be able to empty this. That will get us our overpressured system for this pump, for that vent. They're dumping the excess polluted water in there, which is getting dumped into our system. Perfect, perfect, perfect. And that got put here, so we can actually empty that bad boy. So we can start working this area a little bit. Looks like they moved our piping systems, which is fantastic. We just need to get some water into that steam chamber, right? How much is some water? Ideally 30, 60, 90 plus 120 plus another 90. 210 kilos. What's 30 times 7? I should be able to do that. So 7 times 3 is 24? 21, right? Yeah, 14 and 7 is... So 21. So 210 kilos of water is what we're aiming for, theoretically. I'm not going to meter this, because fuck it. But let's do this for now. So these packets are each 10 kilos. 10, 20, 30, 40, 50, 60, 70, 80, 90, 100, 10, 20, 30, 40, 50, 60, 70, 80, 90, 2, 10, 20, 30, 40, 50, 60, 70, 80, 90, 100. Give a little bit extra, do a snip, and that will put water into our chamber over here, which that should be perfect. This is more or less going to become obsolete at that point. We're going to boop that over there like that, and actually, we're not going to do that just yet, because we need to get water into this tank. That being said, easiest way to do that is probably... we just connect that like that, snip that there, and then we can get rid of these bits. And then hook this back up. And hook this back up. It's going to be hot water in there. Basically, this aqua tuner is going to just be running non-stop, but it is what it is. How's my favorite goatee sporting streamer man this afternoon? I'm doing great, Bat Guy. How about yourself? Got a slow start because I took my ADHD meds a little late, so it took the first hour of stream for the old brain to come online, but I'm slaying it now. Let's do a quick shout out for Bat Guy over here, the Bat Guy. Every time Bat Guy, that's not how I do the shout out. The Bat Guy with 2 T's. Every time Bat comes in, shit. Hang on. I do not want you coming out of there just yet. Just want this full. Once this is full, then we can... This is all, like, super easy peasy system here. I'm always going to talk about how Bat Guy showed me how you could bring some RimWorld mentality into Oxygen Not Included. What he's doing is he's taking glow stick dupes, letting them die, and dropping them into a chamber for rads. And I'm going to talk about that every time you come in, because that absolutely fucking blows my mind. What is this made out of? Okay, so we're going to have a little bit of a problem here. Hang on. Alright. Strike this. What I want to do is pump this water. Because this water is cooler at 56 degrees. I don't want to overheat this tank, because then we'll have to delete the tank. I have smarts. So yeah, there are a million different ways to do things in this game. I think that's one of the things I love about it and why I keep coming back to it. No matter what you do, how you sort things out, the next time you play, you're always going to do something slightly different. Improvements, changes, you know, watching other people will give you ideas all the time. Like, this game is fantastic. My buddy was using a single dead glow stick to clean germs, I think, and I was like, you know what? I bet we could upscale this. Yeah. Now, how does that work with mood? Do your people have to deal a lot with mood? Like, is everybody just pissed off all the time because they're mourning their dead friends, or are you getting around that somehow? There's an upfront +2 stress for some shit for the 2 days after someone dies, then nothing. Nobody cares. Gotcha. Okay, well, if they're dead, they're dead. Okay, so what we're doing right now is filling up the tank for our liquid buffer for our cooling loop. I don't want to take the 95-degree water. I mean, it gets down to about 74, 75, so we're pulling some of the water out of our tank here. I mean, you can't even tell how much liquid is in here. It's probably somewhere around like 60 to 100 tons of liquid in here. So we're okay. We got a nice buffer for our tank. They're also trapped in a chamber, so even if I had a negative, I doubt they would get exposed to it very often. Oh, like you know, seeing corpses in RimWorld type of thing? I gotcha. Okay, we got to pull the trigger at one point on some of these projects, right? So let's make sure we're not deleting pipes. Let's mop that. Can we mop that? We can. Excellent. We'll mop that stuff there. Then we'll break these tiles out, connecting these two chambers. Would like to make this a little nicer, but for now we're gonna let it be what it is. Should have done that first. Is what I should have done. Live and learn. Live and learn. We'll deal with that later. That's future Nether's problem. I want to see some progress get done here. So we're sweeping up this area so that we can knock out these tiles. Actually, that's fine. That petroleum can stay there. That can get deconstructed. That can get deconstructed. This can get deconstructed. And this can get deconstructed. We'll have to make minor adjustments to our cooling loop, but for now, this is going to be what it is. Then we'll grab our heavy watt conductive wire, bring that across there, and we're going to put another one of these guys right there. Now, the reason I'm so adamant about getting this project done is that this is what's going to supply the water to our stuff down here. Everything we're doing today is moving towards stabilizing around this petroleum boiler, which will be online in 12.7 cycles. It's probably right around the time we end stream, unless I start putting a little bit more gas on my operations here. They're also trapped at... Okay, I checked that. Gotcha. Let's start thinking about how we want to work this. So as I said, we're probably going to want to cool this whole lake here, one way or the other. How much copper do we have? I know we mass-produced copper, 10.2 tons. So if we get a radiant liquid pipe down here, let's say we bring that radiant liquid pipe. Oh, yeah, they're not going to be able to reach some stuff. Kind of good I caught this now. We're going to bring that across there. We're going to cancel that because we're going to need them to be able to get up to some stuff in the ceiling. We might, yeah, we're going to have to delete this. Ah, yes, Nether, making problems as we go here. We're going to bring this loop basically straight across here and down like that. We're just going to extend that loop. In order for them to get to it, that's why we're building these tiles here. And what we're going to have to do is we're going to have to split the industrial cooling loop and the base cooling loop. That's the other reason I want to get this going, is that if we put a little bit of work in over here, even if we don't, we're not going to break the steam chamber out into this whole big area just yet. There's a lot of stuff that's got to happen before we can make that a thing. But what we can do is expand the steam turbines over this way. But we're going to need an aqua tuner strictly for the steam turbines. One aqua tuner with polluted water can cool down about 5 steam turbines. It can get a little dicey, but these steam turbines aren't going to be running flat out. We could always stick in a second one. Theoretically, it's a little bit extra power usage, but it is what it is. But we want to make sure that we're able to cool all of them. And the respective liquid reservoirs that are going to be over here. But if we do this whole situation, we can actually split this. We could put a second aqua tuner in here, and instead of having this aqua tuner cooling everything, we could put an aqua tuner like on this side and hook that into the base loop, and that cleans up a lot of junk down here. It means that we're not really going to have to be as ridiculous with our loop here, and I'd like to do that. So I think getting this cooling loop and these cooling loops sorted is a good way to spend the rest of stream. We are going up on pickled meal, which means we've got enough barbecue augmenting this system that I can actually start taking more of these offline. So let's do that. Let's take a few more of these. Now I know I've taken these offline and brought them online 100 times already, but we're gonna do that. Sand. How did sand wind up over there? Whatever. It is what it is. So we're trying right now to make the gradual switch over to barbecue. The more slicksters we have going, we've got 8 critters in here, which should be perfect. Are they glum at all? Groomed, happy, tame. Excellent. We've got 1 critter here, and okay, did I set these to? Yeah, I set these to 8 critters, 8 critters. So they just finished filling this up. As they start to hatch out of here, they're just going to start filling these up going downward. Once they've done that, we might start to bring these online as well. The issue with that is going to be that we need all 5 of the eventual petroleum generators fully going before it can support all 8 ranches. But I do feel like 12 cycles from now, let's say about 30 or 40 cycles from now, we should be able to put this on. And when we do that, these will be on, and that'll be able to support these ranches. Now, it's enough to support 75 slicksters, which is why I'm trying to do a few things over here. Let me check something on our gas overlay. Yeah, I think that's gonna work. Yeah, there's gonna... Oh, we're gonna have to do some major gas sorting. Yeah, before we can truly bring on the whole massive bottom of the map steam room, we're going to have to decide on the line we're going to draw. And we're going to have to brick all this, like, we're going to have to choose our lines, and then we're going to have to vacuum out any gas that's not CO2 or steam. Like this natural gas and all this polluted oxygen up here, that's got to fucking go. Once we are able to turn this oil refinery off, we'll stop pumping natural gas in up here. All the other stuff is leftover ambient stuff. We've got a lot of leftover ambient stuff here. The reason I'm a little iffy on this system, and I'm trying to make sure that we dial this in correctly. You know, I actually think I didn't err enough on the side of caution. We're going to move this gas pipe element sensor. I do not want this pumping anything but CO2 out here. So we're going to put this up a little higher. As we note, it was pumping CO2, and it came right down to the level here. I don't want that to happen. As soon as it drops down below and their gas is floating in here, I want this thing off just to make sure we never get CO2 out here. Could put a filter on it, but I'm going to do things the hard way, as I often do. I did say I was going to move some stuff over there, didn't I? Fine, we'll do a couple of moves of smaller batches. I feel like I found a perfect batch, but maybe I just never put it back over there. We'll then eventually move that there. That'll be fine. The other thing we need to do is we should really start digging out these tiles. Letting this CO2 fall down. Basically, we're going to capture CO2 every which way that we can, with the goal being to feed the slicksters. So, the math loops on itself. There's no, like, start or end. It's always a circle with this game, right? So we need enough CO2 to feed the slicksters, but we need the oil the slicksters are producing to produce petroleum to burn off to produce the carbon dioxide to feed the slicksters. That's the basic loop. Like I said, with this petroleum boiler and the liquid from these three, we shouldn't have any problem keeping 75 to 80 slicksters going easy. It starts to get dodgy when we get into my advanced idea of getting all of this like enclosed into 2 full petroleum boilers. But the reason I want to do that is so that we can really, really knock it out of the park with power, and get to our coziness, so to speak. I really don't want this petroleum in here. Let's look at our temperature overlays. All right. We're working towards stability. Let's get these built first. I don't think they can actually reach that. Oh, they can from the upper side. Perfect. Okay, the tank up on top is sorted, so let's get that broken off of this line. We don't want that to be happening anymore. We want this to go here and that to go there. Let's cancel, just make sure we're not overwriting anything. And now that should be looping through the system. We want to keep this at a nice chill. Well, we'll go with the same temperature as this one down here. Copy settings, paste settings. That thing does not have power connected because this wire needs to hook up. Perfect. Okay, so next priority after you build that, let's get these wires linked up so that way this system can start working and we can start closing it down. This guy. Let's take this guy offline. Let's bring this back online. Sweep only. That way we can pull this junk out of here. Excellent. So that stuff's going to get yanked out of there. And once this wire is hooked in, we should be able to start seeing this come online. This thing's going to boil the water in this chamber. The steam turbine is going to delete the heat. It's going to cool down the thermal regulator and this bank over here, which is then going to in turn trigger this thermal injector to keep this area cool. We might have to actually break in here and experiment with some stuff because this is not any type of tried and true design. This is just a nether cloud BS special. We're throwing it together by the seat of our pants over here. I'm going to leave this access lock here until the system actually kicks on. They just need to build this last segment down here. Anybody? Okay, Barb's on it. I think Barb is the only one that can actually do that stuff. Now, like I said, what I want to do is I want to start pumping water up here because this guy goes offline in 38.4 cycles. Okay, so that's going to start filling that tank, I suppose is what we'll call it. Sure, that'll be fine. And we just got to keep an eye on this because... Oh, no, wait. I do not want you pumping over here. Not at all. I want to get the water out of this spot here up to this tank. Okay, this is now something we can integrate, so we can snip these lines here. Actually, let's not snip that line. Let's let that be. Bring that across there, cancel, just in case things are awkward. You can overwrite stuff, so whenever I, like, use the snip tool, I always cancel and mouse over it real quick. Okay. Okay. Now we are kind of half cooling this area here because we're not running an industrial brick that's fully enclosed with everything running steel. So we've got to take that into account as we move this loop here. So it's going to come out and it's only going to be cooling this area, this stuff, and the steam turbines after we break this stuff out. So how do I want to make that come over? This can come out. It's going to get in the way of that, so we don't want to have to deal with that. These will drop down, which will give us a lot more space for piping later. Oh, I see what we can do. I got this. I got this. Okay. So what we're going to do is... This is going to come down and jump across. We're going to leave this not. But when this comes up here like this, we're just going to link it to itself so that it flows back around and then goes up through here. This will get broken off, and we'll put an aqua tuner in over here for the base. And that will make that a lot more reasonable. In fact, we'll probably bring it across here and down into here. All right. This guy is kicking on. Water's looping through. Alright, this thing's going to be putting in a lot of work. It's going to be straining our system a little bit. That's okay. That's okay. We've got plenty of reserves in stock at the moment for our oil situation. And if we need to, we could always slap down a natural gas generator temporarily. That all looks to be like it's pumping pretty good. It's going to take a long time for it to cool down all that water, so it's going to be running flat out for some time. But I'm okay with that. It will eventually steam everything in this chamber, and this thing... That water is heating up. I've used this shape before. It's not optimal, but it'll do the trick. We've got a temp shift plate there to move stuff around. As long as this thing doesn't get to, like, what, 300 degrees? 325 degrees will be good. This stuff will gradually... It's below 125 to 5... Ah, there we go. There we go. We're starting to do the trick here. This is not going to be a super efficient design. I really should have made some adjustments to this steam room, but it is what it is. It'll do what it needs to do. Absolutely wonderful. That means we can start bricking this in here. And that'll be a nice enclosed system. And this thing should stop being overpressured because we are now injecting cooling into here. Excellent. That looks like it's actually working. just keep an eye on this, make sure, okay, overpressuring a little bit. It's going to take some time to properly buffer this. We need this to actually get really cold in order for this system to work really well. This water down here, we might actually wind up putting this up to there. I think we can do that, but I'm not 100% sure. We'll play with it. We will play with it. And then that'll bring the temperature of this guy down. That guy will then freeze our kitchen, which we planned earlier. Let's deconstruct these ladders, and let's start working on this steam room down here. Deconstruct that. What I'd like to do is also bring some of this water. All right, let's figure out our system. So buttons. We are going to need water to come out of these things and prioritize going to this pipe over here. Right? Right. Okay, I think what we do, we come in with a liquid bridge. We put a liquid bridge here. We put a liquid bridge there. Keep half an eye on this because I want this done first. And then we may end up redrawing some of this, but let me think real quick. Because this is going to involve some automation, right? And we can't hook it up right away. So we're going to, basically this system is going to stay in place until such a time that we're ready to spin this up, which isn't going to take too long, but we do want to be ready for it. And then eventually nothing down here will need to be cooled. It'll just be this stuff up here that needs to be cooled. So this line will actually come in handy. I think. No, this line is going to become obsolete, but that's fine actually. Squiddy, rating with a party of 5. Welcome to the madness. You came in right on time. It's your favorite part of Ani, the blub blub. You, how you doing? Hang tight. Your cooldowns, screw you. All right, I gotta actually start spending money on Frosty. I like that bot. So we're gonna do a manual shout out for Squiddy WTF. There we go. We're gonna be co-streaming with Squiddy this Saturday from the Netherland SMP, which Squiddy is responsible for prodding me and getting me to actually get into that. He took on the technical and financial burden right off the bat. I'm going to send you money. I swear to freaking God, Squiddy. I literally just haven't... I told you, I have like money in my account. I'm going to buy a new monitor because this one is dying over here, and I'm going to send Squiddy money for the server. But anyway, we're going to be streaming from the server on Saturday together. He's the whole reason. Cheers, everybody. Just beat Lich, killed the rat bastard. Just doing a run on Enter the Gungeon. Oh, Enter the Gungeon. You know... Of all the games Squiddy has shown me, I think that one's kind of chill. You guys are taking an awkward path, so we're going to actually delete these ladders. You can come around and down and up. Blub, blub, blub all day long. That is our game plan. So the temperature on this should gradually come down. That thing's going to eat a lot of power. So what are we getting? We're getting stuff coming out of here 57, coming through here at 43, and then going back in at 54. Yeah, it's going to take some work to get this. Basically, this system's going to be running flat out until it catches up, until this thing goes dormant. He dropped the Gunther, so I steamrolled through everything else. No idea what that gun is, but, you know, I assume it's a gun. Okay. Next on the agenda, ladies and germs, let's figure out our priority system, right? So... Do a quick pause. Put that there. So I imagine a gun that has infinite ammo, little to no fire rate. All right, I'm following. Okay, for now... bring that in later. That's going to go like that for now. And also has homing. Well, that sounds like an OP gun. I'm about it. Okay. Time for danger zone stuff. So... we need an automation wire that says when the pressure gets above a certain amount to have it turn on, right? Nether, did you see I beat carbonized on it? Yeah, I saw that. I gave it a heart react. Sorry, I got up late, so I didn't do any type of crazy chatting or reacting to stuff, but I did see it and I hearted it. Good fucking job. That game is that's a cute little game for a free game. I think I beat it like 2 or 3 times, slightly different endings, but I never went hardcore with it. Again, we're going to have to fix this system over here, but we'll deal with that shortly. All right, let's think about how we want to do this. You know, we have this whole gas sorting system. We're going to do the same things with liquids. So let's go up to space and work on a priority system. We don't need to do that. I need to actually fit it in down here. So the question comes down to, do we want to use the existing system? See, we could put that there in theory, right? Not exactly. What if we did it here? You were going insane. Yeah, I bet. That game's definitely got some nuance to it. You got to kind of know what cards you're going for if you want to do any of those challenge runs. The only challenge I self-imposed was beating it before the first tipping point, which really just entails going slow enough to... you just basically research renewable energy as quick as possible, and as soon as the renewable energy equals out to the people stuff, you dump the fossil fuels, and bam, you've got that sorted. So there is that. Now we could move that, we could do this, so we've got that coming up there. So let's say... we can't put that there because of that. So let's say... it's too bad, actually. Basically, you have to rigorously build infrastructure before destroying the industrial 20th century because people revolt. Interesting. That game is, like I said, it's got a lot of nuance for a free, like, card game. Carbonize, guys, if you want to check it out. BEE Carbonize. Not sure why they spelled it that way, but it is what it is. So let's figure out what we want to do, right? Let's say instead of sending all of these across equal like I did, let's say we send them up. And then we need them to, okay, what are we doing overflow-wise? We always want it to flow back. So we want it to overflow into the steam chamber. So what we could do is put a liquid shutoff. Oh, I see a problem here. We might actually have to use a conduction panel in here because the liquid shutoff will overheat at high temps. So we'll have to put it on the cooling loop. All right. That's interesting. So what we could do is we could put the liquid shutoff, let's say, right there, right? And then, no more and then. This stuff comes across here and up here. Then we... No. Flip that. Strike that. Reverse it. So the liquid shutoff is going to go here. No, can't go there. Because we need the... No, yeah, I can. Okay. Liquid shutoff goes here. This pipe then, as these come across, it goes up instead of straight down. So it'll go up here, and for now can loop back around to there. So it'll overflow, unless it's turned on, in which case it'll go out. And if it's going out, then we can just bring it straight across here. For now, we could jump over that. If anyone in the chat hadn't played it, Decarbonize, it's free on Steam. It is. It's a cool little game. Also, I've been playing Palia. Squiddy doesn't dig it, but Barb and Killer and myself, and I think Linus might even get into it. We've been enjoying Palia. It's kind of like a combination of Pal World, Stardew Valley, Animal Crossing. It's definitely some cheese, but it's very low stress. I play even when I'm playing a casual playthrough of Ani, I'm playing a high stress game, and you guys know I also do crazy challenges and stuff like that as well. So pickled meal does not need to be that positive. We gotta get this under control. I'd like to have some dirt left over to get our Dreco farms up and running, which I swear one day we're actually gonna do. But we do not need 100,000 calories of pickled meal just laying around. Ooh, printables. Don't know when that went off. Nobody who has cooking, so we're going to hit print on that. Now, back to this nonsense. I think I'm going to let them build that. Right. Oh, problem is cooling it, like I said, with the conduction panel. Hang on. Hold on. We're going to have to get a little cheeky here about what we do. Conduction panel's got to have liquid in it. So it might actually be better to put this on this side, because we could just run this cooling loop through the conduction panel. We might still have to make this out of steel. Is Linus here? I heard someone say hold on more than once. Ha! Right? Now, I'm trying to think of how I want to do this. We could theoretically put this down here on the floor, but then it interrupts our cooling loop, which we could move. I mean, it doesn't... does it? Does it, though? It does. It very much does. Let me see something. If that goes there, and we grab a conduction panel, can we put it... We can't put it all the way across. We cannot put it anywhere near this thing. So that thing has to be cooled a different way. Very good, game. Very good. So I think we might actually... We either have to put atmosphere in here of some sort, like hydrogen, or we have to put that thing down in the petroleum. I think we might try to put it down in the petroleum. So that being said, it's going to be flat on the floor here. Okay, this is what dictates things. So let's say this is down on the floor here, right? That means we need to shift that. Okay, so then this needs to actually be there. So we're going to need to delete these tiles as far as the loop is concerned. So the loop's going to have to take a little bit of a detour. Not happy about it, but it is what it is. Let's get that sorted then. So we're going to put the liquid shutoff here. Are we? Wait. Needs to overflow back through there. So no, the loop. Shit. Shit. So that's going to wind up being what this line is for, actually. It's going to lead back over to here. Okay. I'm kind of glad I left it then. So if we put that down on the floor, it needs to overflow through here. So it's going to come out of here and go there. And then if it goes through the shutoff, it's going to come out of here. And that's what's going to run over to here. So how do we reroute the loop around that? We reroute the loop around that by grabbing a liquid bridge and going like that, and then building in that there and that there. And while we're at it, we can replace these like that. All right, let's let them build all that. This is now what we have to do. What's going to happen is we're going to have to reverse the direction of our steam turbines, which will be problematic. So for now, we're also going to just put in a line up here. That's going to help us transition. We'll probably eventually delete that one, but it is what it is. This is going to be a whole weird scenario. It does also mean that we're eventually... So we need to get rid of that liquid bridge. I will leave this part here for now. Then this will actually link up to that, which is fine. We may very well move a lot of this stuff later on. As you guys know, we do a lot of, like, moving stuff around. Okay. So we just got to let them do some work here. While they're doing that, let me see if there's any other small projects we can do. We've got our liquid in place over here. We've got our slicksters doing their thing down here. We've got 9 eggs in there. We could try to start setting up the automation. No, because even if we bring the meat all the way up there, we're still going to change that around for the kitchen. How's our temperature looking on this guy? We're down. Oh, yeah, we haven't even actually run that, so that's going to take some time. Doors open, so we've actually got the temperature on this water down below 95, which is good. Steam vent is 37 cycles. So the idea up here is that this is always going to be cold. This is going to be down around like 20 to 27 degrees, right? But this sensor is going to say, hey, once this water gets above 95, slam this door shut and allow heat to transfer over. And it's going to chill down this water because we've got temp shift plates down there at 95 degrees. As soon as the water, this temperature sensor says 95, it'll open the door, creating a vacuum. As we've discussed many times today, heat can't transfer across vacuum. And then this thing will continue to chill this down. It's also chilling down the thermoregulator, which is going to run a hydrogen loop to freeze our food so that it can't spoil. And we're going to have to hook that up to a couple of things. The thing I didn't take into account with the kitchen is we also need that to freeze. Yeah, let's Let's actually bring that plan back up, right? And I want to copy this real quick. So, in addition to... This is our ingredients freezer, right? Which is going to be right here. And that's kind of right up against that whole thing. Now, 1, 2, 3, 4. So it won't be able to see over on that side. Now, can we get in our food freezer on the same? So if this is our ladder system, the answer is no if we leave that on that side, which is a shame. Crying shame. So where are we going to put our food freezer? So if this is going to be... Maybe we put showers and toilets on this row. Nature Reserve and Great Hall over here. Got an ideal for this fissure, so that's going to be a whole thing. That being said, these guys just need to be able to grab the food. We just want it as close to the thermoregulator as possible for the sake of freezing. Ooh. Okay, okay. So, ideally, I'd like to do something like this. Unfortunately, that will put this chamber in the way of our pole here. So we're not going to do that. What we're going to do is try and find a better location for that. Now this thing's going to grab ingredients, which are all going to be stored here. And then this thing's going to load that onto there and send that to a freezer somewhere else for our actual needs. We could do something like put it here. Since our Great Hall will be here. Do I want to do that? I mean, it's kind of just throwing in some jank. I mean, our dupes would come over, jump up, and get into here. They'd have to go over top of that. I'm not thrilled with this kitchen design, but we are building it into a corner here, so you know we gotta take what we can get. There are some other options, though, I think. Okay. Alright, let's do a little flip-flopping while our dupes work on other projects. What if, hear me out here, what if we move this and we just put the put the two grills next to each other right here, right? And then we grab our black tiles here. That won't be able to see, so we actually can't put that one there. It would have to be there, which means they couldn't move. Okay, okay. This is not what I want. I think this might be our best bet. Where did I put the musher in this one, though? I didn't put the musher in this one. That is problematic. Alright, we need to redesign this kitchen situation. And this doesn't work because it's in the way of the pole as well. Yeah, this kitchen design is not going to work. So let's work on this. Well, kind of. We're going to half work on this while the dupes do their thing. This is not going to be a good situation for a little while. All right, let's start from the thought of putting the deep freezes in, right? Let's say those were our deep freezes. Here and here. I don't think that would actually work because they would have to see in at different angles. It would cause a whole problem, right? Although... maybe. So, 1, 2, 3, that would be the center, that would cause problems. Gotta love building yourself into a corner, right, everybody? I don't think that's gonna work, right? have any other plans sticking around here? Yeah, we can delete all this. We know what we're doing now over there. So buttons. Alright, so everything is 3 wide except this guy. So if we put the musher here, that would mean that we could put this here, which means diagonally. Okay. Now, if we want to, what we could do is we could offset that to work with our ladder system over here, right? So we cut this. That could come over as far as there, theoretically. But it does get it a little further away from that. So that's what we're trying to avoid, is putting it too far away. We want that thermoregulator not to have to work super hard. So let's say we put it there. And let's say we're going to work with the floor here. We wind up with 5 tiles, which is enough to put a micro musher and one of these guys, but not enough. I might have to rethink this entire process here. Let's make a couple of assumptions here. Let's make the assumption that this is going to be our distribution brick. There's more or less going to be, I mean, we'll put doors, but more or less this is going to be separated from everything. Nature reserve. So everything else is going to be on this side. So this entire area here could be the kitchen. So let's start from that, right? So let's say that is the space we have to work with for a kitchen, because that won't interfere with this thing. And then we'll make note that the thermoregulator, we're just going to draw that in blue. That's right there. Now what we're going to do is we're going to take this whole thing and we are going to copy this into outer space. And now this is what we've got to fit a kitchen into. So obviously boop, boop. Wait. Whatever. Theoretically, this top has no options. We could do anything we want up here, but that's the space that's currently there. This is where our ladder system is going to be, so let's just use yellow circles. That's our fire pole. Thermoregulator is here. And the shapes we need are... Let me see what they've got done down here. Let me just try to... Hold on. I screwed something up. Pipe blocked. Fuck. Shit! That is not what I meant to do. Fuck, we got an emergency situation here. Accidentally deleted the wrong bridge. That one was meant to be deconstructed. We need... Nether never builds at an emergency. I was like, why are these not on? Really? You're coming from all the way down there? Finally got the unspecified thingy in VR tested. M off lyric. Welcome back, Aya. Got a little emergency build. Accidentally deleted something. About to completely overheat the shit out of this thing. Come on, Barb. Come on, Barb. You really didn't need to come from down there. Barb is one of the slower people that are allowed to go out and do things. We should put her back in the gym. She's going to get over there and just stop building it, isn't she? Please move a little faster. Please, 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 please. All right, there we go. Okay. That's going to suck for a hot second. Yep. It's hot in there. Luckily, you're in a suit. That is going to be problematic. But I think we caught it in time. Barb is one of the slower people that we allow to go out. We should put her back in the gym. I mean, oh, insulted, roasted. Gotcha, yeah. I don't think that's the roasted she meant. Okay. Sorry. I was thinking literally. I was like, yeah, no, she's totally getting cooked. Don't say sorry. Say sorry for roasting me. I'm sorry for roasting you. Both metaphorically and temperature-wise. I am just trying to make this difficult on myself, aren't I? Alright. Let me stop worrying about the kitchen and actually focus on the projects we're doing. I'm going to copy this and put it over here for use later, just so we have a backup, and we'll work on this one when we get there. Okay. What I would like to do is get some of this water into this pipe system down here. We need to get more water inbound here. Alright, this is why we got to redesign this chamber up here. It was bound to happen, but, you know, it is what it is for now. We're gonna commandeer that spot real quick, and we're gonna build this here. Idea being, I need to get some of this water into this steam chamber. We need to up the amount of steam in here by some math. So we want to stay at about 30 kilos a tile. Here, forgive it, thank you. So if that's the case, then we need 16 times 30, so 300 plus 18. So 400 and... Why do I do things to myself? 16 times 30. I know what I'll do. I'll use a calculator. Even though I should be able to do that math in my head. Another 480 kilos of water in here is what we're looking for. We're gonna mostly eyeball this whole situation realistically. I need to wait for these things to catch up a bit though for what I'm trying to do here. Actually, bah, whatever. Meanwhile, our steel production is still going strong. We're at 4.395 tons of steel. All right, we're getting our temperature down in here, which is good. we need to bring some water in. So we need to do this tactfully. Can't get over 100 kilos or I'm going to break the system. So we're just going to kind of bring this in drips and drabs and see what happens. Doesn't have to be perfect. We could always inject little bits more as we go. I just want to make sure that when we open this bit up that we don't get to the point where words are hard, sorry. What we'll do also is we'll move this pipe. We should move all of these pipes. Hold on. No, let's just do this. Let's just insulate the existing ones. There we go. And we'll deal with moving those later. What do we got? Oh, we're only 3 hours and 21 minutes into stream? I'm over here stressing like we're on like hour 5 or something. There are designs for this stuff. Excellent, actually. So let's get some of that out of here. Cozy Babs. I love it. I'm going to leave these because I might copy paste that and flip it around or something like that. Alright, that's gradually coming down. That came down from 56 to 48, so we're making progress there. This is now no longer broken. That's fantastic. We're going to copy that liquid bridge to... No, not yet. How much water do we have? How much steam do we have in here? Alright, we can bring in a bit more. Just going to do this a little bit at a time here. We're trying to get this a little bit more pressurized so that we can break this out and expand our steam room over. That might be in a good space. We're gonna have to do something similar once we start bringing all this into the equation. We are definitely gonna have to have some redundant systems sorted here. I'm gonna let them finish insulating those pipes. Yeah, this one's doing a lot of work because it's where the refineries are. We're down to a reasonable temperature over here. Reasonable, but still toasty. Okay. What do we got in here? 38, 56 over here, because that's where it's getting dumped back in. We're going to have to regulate that somehow, but I might want to move that vent to the middle, actually, but the middle is where that is. Ugh. All sorts of nonsense. Okay. So, vacuum, vacuum, oxygen, vacuum, vacuum. I'm real nervous about all of this, but I think it's time to open the steam room up a little bit, start redesigning. So what we're going to do is we're going to break this tile out and break this tile out. We're going to go a little bit at a time. And we will actually bring the liquid bridge online because we're not actually ready to do the whole system that prioritizes things. And we need these to be able to output water as well. What are we deconstructing? We're deconstructing the pipe, or the wall segment. Right, okay, there's nothing else there, I don't think. Okay, so it's not sucking anything over here, but one of its vents is there. So let's give that a second to kind of spread out a little bit. 5 kilos. 50 over here, because that's where it's getting... Yeah, we need to move that vent somewhere else. I like it next to the aqua tuner, but there's a whole thing going on. It's fine. It's fine. Okay, let's get a little bit more water injected in here. When you're working with one of your core systems, it's better to be safe than sorry, right? So... So what we're doing is we're gradually introducing a little bit more water into this system so that we can keep bringing the steam room over and making it a little bit wider so that these 5 steam turbines can all be doing some of the work. But if we overpressure this vent, then we break the whole system. This needs to not be... Once we hit 100 kilos of pressure, this liquid vent gets overpressured, then these things can't dump steam into it anymore. Right, steam is low temp because we're dumping in cooler water over here. Alright, let's talk about moving that vent though, because this is not ideal. We keep making temporary systems, which I'm fine with, but at one point or another, this is going to have to become a permanent system. We're just kind of working on how we do that at the moment. 60 over there and 20 over here. Okay. Petroleum there. Let's deconstruct this and this now. The reason I'm doing it in this order of operations is that once we mop all this stuff up and brick this in, I want to make sure everything's working before we do all that. Interesting. Okay. How much pressure do we have over here? 11 kilos of pressure here. Steam is at vastly different pressures over here. I think we've got enough steam in here. Right? Seems to be working. Temperature-wise, I think we're doing okay. Okay, let's mop up this junk, and then let's once we mop this up, we put a brick there, we put a brick there, then we put insulated bricks across here. And then we can kind of, this steam room will be sorted the way it needs to be sorted, and we can then start putting in, we could start separating our cooling loops here. Which is a big happy place for Nether. This system is nicely working. Again, we're burning power, but we've got power. Not power to spare, but we've got power. These things are all dumping their power back. It looks like this one's putting out just shy of 400, 350-ish, 27, 38. This one is not actually on because the steam temperature here, for whatever reason, isn't toasty enough. That's fine. I'm good with that. That'll work for me. Igneous rock, insulated tiles across here. And we're gonna need ladders like that to get to everything down here. And we're going to wind up having to move some of this around too, because we need another, we need a buffer tank over here, but didn't think ahead. Who would have thought? Like I said, I kind of want to set up a temporary petroleum dump, but having these little cans around is useful. I might just move these. Like, let's just put these down here. Just bugging me inside the steam chamber, so we'll do a few little things here. And we will start working on that kitchen design. I thought we were running low on time, guys. Like, quite honestly, I was like, man, we are running out of time. I gotta put some hustle on it, but we're not running out of time. We're in a good spot, actually, on time. We got plenty of time to sort this issue out and then move along with some other stuff. So this is where we're thinking about putting in our lock. So actually, we might want to just do that. No. Focus, Nether. Focus. Focus, focus, focus. Okay, so let me do more explaining, because that's what I do, right? Let's drink some water. Let's drink some lemonade, and let's drink some coffee and talk. So we're gonna separate out our cooling systems. That's what we're gonna do. We're gonna put the base on one cooling system. We're gonna put the steam turbines on one cooling system, and we're gonna put the rest of the industrial stuff on a cooling system. And I think that should... We might just... No, you know what? We'll leave the steam turbines and the rest of the industrial stuff on a cooling system. We'll just add an additional aqua tuner to the equation. So those two will cool down... Those two will cool down our air, they'll cool down our steam turbines, and anything down here that's still temporary that needs cooling. Then we'll put in a third aqua tuner for the base, which is probably just going to go right over here to make it convenient for going that way. And that should be good. Like I said, we're just going to move all of these random bits of petroleum out of here just because it's driving me nuts. What we can do now is actually deconstruct that. All of that and that can get deconstructed. Now, when we do convert this whole area out, we're going to get rid of this liquid lock system over here. They're going to come in through here, and this is going to get bricked in. We're not doing that right this second, but there's going to be... This is just going to keep evolving and evolving and evolving, right? That's what this base is about. If we were working on a oh, hey, Chips, what's going on? Welcome on in, first-time chatter. How are you? Welcome to the madhouse. I was just saying how I thought we were, like, 2 or 3 more hours into stream than we are, and I was relieved because I was concerned we weren't making enough progress. How are you this fine day? I'm assuming you're an Ani person coming in, but, you know, don't let me assume anything. Ooh, printables. Ooh, I don't know how we say no to a snazzy red suit. Agriculture, creativity, construction, cuisine. Not good enough. There is the eventuality of needing a second cook, but at the moment we are not there. How is all of this coming along down here? We've got 4 critters in there. We got 8 critters in there. 1. Okay. Yeah, man. Thought not played it in forever. Thanks for raid last night, by the way. Appreciate it. Of course. Happy to come in and hang out. How's your colony coming along? Tell us of the adventures. This is, what day is this? I think this is day 5 or 6. Wait. We did 2 days last week, 2 days the week before. So today is day 5 of streaming this, 6 of streaming. I don't know. I don't remember. It doesn't matter. None of it matters. We're on cycle 349. We've got 8 dupes, and we're calling this a cozy playthrough. I've been doing a lot of challenge and stuff lately. Like right now I'm doing a very hard RimWorld challenge. I'm playing on sea ice, 500%, no traps, no kill boxes. We do that on Monday, Wednesday, Friday. Last time I played a playthrough of Oxygen Not Included, we did 100 cycles hands-off challenge, where you have 100 cycles to create a fully sustainable base. And then after that, you have to take your hands off the keyboard and see how long the colony survives. I got to cycle 497, and the whole reason the colony started failing is I didn't do the math right on my ranches, so we never got transitioned over to barbecue. And everybody died at 497, which was nice, but very stressful challenge, you know, just going nonstop trying to break that. The challenge before that was Frozen Forest, max difficulty, no teleporters, get home sweet home in under a month of streaming. So that was a thing. Nothing major yet, just surviving the Roman era, and it's already foreseen challenges. Yeah. Dude, I literally, like, I don't always raid into modded players because we do a lot of vanilla in RimWorld playthrough. You know, if we do modding, it's very, like, light aesthetic stuff or, like, you know, menu interaction stuff. But literally, I saw the flannel and the beard, and I was like, now this dude's got some chill vibes going on. And I heard your accent, or I don't know if it's an accent, whatever, and I was like, you know what? It might be modded, but I think this guy's gonna be really chill. And lo and behold, I was right, you know? Oh, speaking of which, God, I am such a head up the ass right now. Let's do a shout out for Chips Gray over here. We met Chips last night raiding out to some RimWorld. So, guys, go check out Chips. You just finished your Anomaly playthrough and just started a modded playthrough doing the Roman Empire thing, right? You want to mimic the idea of the Roman Empire, I'm guessing, is kind of the general gist of that. Sorry, I completely spaced on. It's like I know the name, but my brain does not work great. Frosty, the Jolly Brit, blending RimWorld empires with 1980s replay shenanigans. From surviving Newcastle to being Lieutenant Phil McCracken in TBRP, they've got the charm that keeps you hooked. Music and DIY sandstorms, check. Goblins and trench coats, check. SCP containment breaches, double check. Always wholesome, always fun. Chips Gray is your go-to for a mix of strategy, chaos, and good vibes. Love it. Chips made fun of me for being dumb and going to Cold Mountain Top. I mean, that, you know, probably not the best idea. Alright, we're gonna move some of this stuff out of our way. Move some of that out of the way. Can you blame me? Always do themed playthroughs. Excellent. Yeah, I've started to do more themed stuff. I actually did a peaceful run of RimWorld, as crazy as that might sound. Just because I wanted to, like, engage more with storytelling aspects. I put a time-lapse of it up on my YouTube. I guess for the newcomers, I'll do a little pop the YouTube and Discord up there. I did like a, you know, retired military husband and wife move to the wilderness with their 3 children to escape the madness of civilized life, and the story progressed nicely. I wrote the whole thing up, put it in the description on the time-lapse, shared it on the Discord. I love the stories that game produces. Okay, so now let's rehook that into there. There we go. There we go. That's running. Ooh, I bricked that in, and they can't act. That's fine. They'll access it from the other side when I break down the system. We'll let that roll for a little while longer. I really wish those weren't clogged, but, you know, bad design. And my fault entirely. Could have put another temp shift plate in there, but whatever. Okay, so we've got this thing opened up nicely. So let's see how we're going to deal with some shit, right? So right now, this is basically our industrial loop. And we need a little bit of cooling down here. But what we want to do is split the base off to its own loop. And of course, I'm making this difficult for myself, right? So if we're going to put our reservoirs up here, so we need an aqua tuner in here. What's our dirt looking like? 21 tons. We've only gone through 2 tons so far. So this shutoff needs to be here so we can get cooling. We definitely, if we're going to put reservoirs up here, they need cooling. So we'll have to noodle with that. That one is doing the work. That's linked into that whole system there, and that works fine. Realistically, what we will be able to do once we stop needing to cool stuff down here is we'll just be able to... This output can just go right over to this wall, and that can be the loop. It'll be a little sloppy, but it'll work. Actually, yeah, we'll probably put in a second aqua tuner here. Maybe we do that first. Maybe we do that first. How are we? We're coming out of the aqua tuner at 17C. We're coming back into our system at 22, 17, 18, 19, 20, 5C. We're in a nice spot as far as that's going. I mean, it is running kind of flat out, so we don't have to worry too much. I think splitting off the main line is a good idea. So let's talk about how we're going to do that. If we slap one down, let's say we slap it down right here in the center of this bad boy, which would be solid. We would need an input to go in, and then we would need it. So maybe we bring the input in from the right side. God, I was really hoping this whole convoluted pipe system would get itself sorted out, but we're just making it messier, it seems. Huh. Alright. Planning tool. Because we downloaded a planning tool for reasons, right? So, make it visible. So let's say we have a cooling tank, or we have a tank here, right? And we have an aqua tuner. Say we put the aqua tuner here, and the temperature sensor can go there. And so the output would be in the bottom left here. which would have to get over this. So we'd have to run it right, jump it, and then bring it in. Coming from the base, however, and then that would output and go to the base. Coming in from the base, we could come in wherever we wanted. So we could come in up here at the top and just drop down into it right there. That would mean that we couldn't use these two spots for the cooling loop. Okay. Reasonable. So we would move that over there. The loop would come up. These would not. God, this is such an ugly system. I'm sure one day I'll be like, look, guys, let's just clean up all the pipes. And I'll just, you know, burn the whole thing down. Burn it down. I mean, actually, we could go over here. Ooh. Okay. Got an idea. So let's grab Liquid Bridge. Chips, I don't know if you play this game. It's not RimWorld, but it definitely has some of the similar nonsensical... Like, it is just difficult and complicated. I feel like both of them, if you play 1,000 hours, you're still on the tutorial with both these games. So this game gets quite complicated quite quickly, and I love it. I absolutely love it. Okay, so if we're bringing in the loop from over here, we bring that there, bring this over, that drops down there. We need a liquid bridge to jump over that there. And then this can get snipped. That can get snipped. That can go like that. That gets snipped. And this is going to come in there. Then it's going to come... Ooh, problematic, because we want it to go out that way. So we could overflow up and then bring this way. And then put this like that. That would work, right? I mean, I'd prefer this pipe be made out of ceramic, but that's what it is for now. And all of that could get destroyed. And this loop could go... Let's say for the sake of making it look just a little bit nice, this loop comes this way and goes into the base here. Jumping over that. And then we would just connect that there, drop that there, bing, bang, boom. And that would take over the loop. Right? Sure. Why not? Sure, why not? I am going to have to take a restroom break here in a hot second. I just want to get through my basic thought process. That would go there. Then we're going to go utilities. We're going to go aqua tuner. We're going to have to make that out of steel. We flip that. That goes there like that. Then we need to go into automation. Go to... No, it's under plumbing. Liquid pipe thermosensor. Lead is fine. We put that there. We go to our automation wires. Killer raiding in with a party of 4. All the raids coming in today, and all the new people. I love it. So 21 minutes on the cooldown for Frosty because I haven't signed up for it yet. It's on the list, so we'll do a manual one. Killer Jam 25. Guys, go check out Killer. Killer's definitely friends and family. Awesome, wonderful human being. Has been here every day for almost a year now, minus the like 2 days or something it was that he was deathly ill. We can't blame him for that. So I think that's what we need to do. And then power-wise, we're going to have to bring over the heavy watt conductive wire like that. And what an insane system. This is one of those things I look at and I'm like, I love this base. I love the way it's coming together, all the nonsense that it's doing. But at the same time, I look at it and I'm like, there is zero chance somebody who came into this game would be like, somebody who plays Ani would come into this game like, Nether, what the fuck is this noise? Like, there is no rhyme or reason to what you're doing here. And I'd be like, I mean, there is, but it's just not easy to understand. It's just kind of like one of those, I will call it a natural evolution of the base. There was no, like, theoretically, if we had a larger map we were messing with, we could be like, okay, let's just build a temporary base here and then spread out, you know, just like be like, okay, we're going to start here, but let's plan every section. We plan out an industrial brick and be like, that takes up this space over here. We plan out whatever farms and we put those over here. But since we're kind of on a smaller planet, which I like being on a smaller planet because it makes you think a little bit. It makes you think like how do I want to proceed? And I've already gotten a better feel. I mean, we've done small maps before. We did kind of discontinue the mini base playthrough because that was a little too stressful. That was literally like 3 or 4 hours of planning and like a half hour of actual dupe movement. So didn't quite feel right for stream. But we're getting there on this one. This one is the right size. It's not micro, and it's not enormous, so we're doing all right. Let's hide those, the planning mod real quick. We're not playing with any crazy mods that change any type of mechanics. What you're seeing is mostly base game. These tiles look a little different than base game because we're using true tiles, which is an aesthetic mod. I like it. It's the first time I'm messing with it. We're also doing a couple of things. We added blueprints and pattern mods so that we could draw. In this game, it doesn't have the feature that RimWorld has where you can forbid a blueprint and they won't build it. So there are mods that make it 0 priority so they won't build it because there are priorities in this one, which is nice. There's a lot of stuff in RimWorld I wish we had in Ani and vice versa. But, you know, you roll with the punches. There are a couple of mods to make up the differences. These are more or less just mods that were changing a little bit of aesthetic and giving us some quality of life things. Like we have filtered sweeping, and over here we can go in and be like, you know what, I only want to sweep a certain thing, and then instead of sweeping everything, it'll sweep that thing, which is nice. Something a lot of Ani people talk about wanting to be base game. This is doing exactly what I wanted to do. It's keeping that little pool of liquid there. Well, I finally got the final things in status, and we'll be taking a long break. Now, they're just a small FYI with the nuclear power. Plan ahead before you... Oh, I know. I've heard of and seen some real horror stories when it comes to nuclear and status. You have to have the plutonium recipes all set up, and all of your waste has to be turned into plutonium pellets and go into an awesome sink. Otherwise, you're just going to run into the real-world problem of non-stop... basically non-stop nuclear waste storage, which is not a viable thing. I might want to change this just a little bit for the sake of... Yeah, you know what? We're going to put that there, but I'd actually rather pipes stick down here. No, never mind. Never mind. Forget I said anything. Damn, it took me 4 hours to get the factory up before I built the power plant. Yeah, nuclear is a big thing in that game. It is not a small project by any stretch of the imagination, so I don't doubt that it was a bit on the stressful side. I'm going to get back into Satisfactory when the new 1.0 update drops, but currently I don't think I'm going to be jumping in there unless I get the itch to, like, do some playtesting, basically. You know, check out some stuff and be like, okay, what am I going to do when I get this rolling again? Alright, this is, I know this seems boring, or not, maybe not boring. I know this seems like we're just kind of twirling our beards and looking at stuff, and we are. We're definitely doing that, but we are gradually sorting out our systems here. We're going to be able, like, all of this is still temporary in here, so a lot of this is just It's just going to go by the wayside. How much steel do we have? 43.95. How much does one of these cost? 800. So we can drop this in here, here, and here. Maybe not the best use of our time, but for now. And we're going to grab an automation wire, run that across. Not that we need 5 of these now, but that's what we're going to need in place. And just as a temporary measure, what I might do here is throw in a switch, because we're going to want this on, but then we're going to have to go through a whole situation. So, you know, I'm just going to put a manual Sky God switch in there and dot build that. Going to bed, wanted to say have a good one. Thank you, BD. You have an amazing evening. Hydrate. Thank you, Killer. We're going to be back playing some RimWorld on Sea Ice tomorrow, guys. Yesterday went better than I thought it would have gone. I kind of thought we were dead at a few points. Barb took a beating and we had to eat some people. Real dodgy stuff going on. But all in all, it kind of came together. EMPs really saved the day. Thank you again, Aya, for nudging me in that direction. I can't wait until you start playing. Alright, so dupes have work. Temporary systems are in play. Wild slicksters are dumping their oil, which will eventually just roll off the ground here, which is fine. Yeah, it's just dripping down, dripping over. Perfect, perfect. There's just oil everywhere. This is not getting water at the moment. Why not? Oh, right, because we've already filtered it. We're slow rolling the water over there. That'll work for now. Let's increase the priority on this. I think Barb is the only one that can actually build the heavy watt conductive wire, so we need to up the priority on that, because the other builders can build the pipes and everything, but we need her to build that stuff. This is going swimmingly. I might have overestimated how much space we need here, which is fine because I'd be totally okay with moving this liquid lock closer. I actually don't think we're going to need more liquid reservoirs over here. This one is going to accommodate our industrial stuff, and this one's going to accommodate our base. We might need, like I said, a second aqua tuner over here so that we can guarantee our industrial stuff stays cool. It kind of just depends on how much heat we're pushing. Posture and stretch. Right. It was a triple-decker meat suit maintenance redeemed nether. Oh, snap, crackle, pop. Oh. You know, why don't we quad stack the meat suit upgrade, and let me take a quick restroom break. That will supplement the kind redemptions of the chat with a relief of liquid pressure buildup. So let's put Bobby's links up here. If you enjoy the music from the channel, Bobby's the one that did them, so go give him some love from me. If you don't hassle the guy. He works too hard. All right, guys, I love you. I'll see you all in a second, and we'll get some of these projects sorted, and I'm hoping to get the kitchen planned out. Getting the kitchen planned out would be real nice. I'll see everybody in a second. All right, we're back in action. I just sat down and looked at these pipes, and I'm like, this is what I do, huh? Okay, so couple of things, right? We need to drain off some water from a system here, because, well, we don't need to do anything, but this is now an obsolete system, and, you know, since we're cleaning up pipes, let's clean up pipes, right? Legitimately, this thing is offline. Where are we going to put that water? Who the hell knows? How do we loop this around? We can get rid of... Oh, I know how we'll do this. I know exactly how we'll do this. Okay, fair enough. We're going to let them build over here while I queue up work over here. I know I'm, like, all over the place, but I thought about it, and I was like, well, if we're cleaning up systems, let's clean up systems, right? So we're going to snip that there, because I want that pipe. Actually, we'll bleed this out with it, and then we'll make some adjustments. So that's there, right? And we're going to bring that there. Snip that, and now all of that water should flow out of that pipe and up around, and it doesn't matter if clean water goes into a water sieve, because the water sieve will just allow it to pass through. So that'll give a little extra water to our bristle blossom overflow over here, and then we'll be able to delete some of these pipes out, which is going to make this inner system a little bit cleaner. You know, that's what we're doing today. We got some of the major projects going, so we're going to start decommissioning some of the obsolete systems and getting these pipes dialed in a little bit. Now, I do believe there's water in that one, so I think we have a plumber on our team, right? There's water there? There shouldn't be any water there. No, there's no water there. Thank you for lurking, Killer. Much appreciated. Much appreciated, my good sir. Alright, this is going to clog our toilets. Those things cannot eat that fast enough. Okay, causing problems. That was a bad idea. Bad idea. Not the worst idea I've ever had. But 3 bristle blossoms are not going to eat that fast enough. Oof. And we're going to have to let it be what it is. Hopefully the toilets don't back up too much. Take a well-deserved break and stretch those muscles. We've got your back while you lurk. I love Frosty. It's a great bot. Okay. What I think I might do... Hear me out here. I think I might just, like... do a little of that. Just let's let that just get onto the cooling loop. This will sort itself out. Maybe. That'll close the loop on our toilets, which is honestly not even really super necessary. It's just that I wanted to tighten this up. Since we're working on our cooling loop system, we might as well work on that. And slowly but surely we'll get our way sorted here. How long till Jonathan's online? I titled the stream Jonathan's coming online. 5.7 cycles. If we go make something to eat, you still want to play Civ 6 later? Oh, you know what? Yeah, let's do that. Let's do that. I was actually thinking, I'm like, what am I going to do after stream? And like, I totally spaced. Guys, Civ 6 is on sale. Never played it before. Killer was like, it's $3. You want it? And I was like, hell yeah, let's do some Civ 6. I'm not sure I'm going to love Civ 6, but it's been one of those games where I'm like, I'd like to try it, you know? I'd like to try it. I did not... Did I not put the petroleum over there? I must have not put the petroleum over there. It's alright, we got a lot of petroleum to choose from over here. I need like 2 kilos. You know what? We'll do the what you call the pedestal thing. I had a 60-year-old literature teacher that played Civ 4. He loved that game. It takes a minute to get used to coming from Civ 5, but I eventually wound up liking it a good bit. Civ 6, that is. Okay, so here's the thing about me and Civ. I've seen it, and I always want to get into it, but one of the reasons I haven't gotten into it is that every time I talk to somebody about Civilization, they're like, oh, you've got to play 3. Oh, you've got to play 4. The other ones are crap. Oh, 5 is where it's at, man. You've got to play 5. Everybody has a different opinion about what the good one is, and I've always been like, why don't I just get into the new one? No, the new one sucks, man. You shouldn't get into the blah, 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 blah. And I'm just like, so I've never wanted to play it enough to deal with all of that, so I just haven't, if that makes any sense. So, it being on super sale and Killer wanting to get into it, it's a good excuse to jump in. It's like Final Fantasy. Everyone has their favorite, but they are fun games. Yeah, I could definitely get on board with that program. I know the pipes still look crazy, especially to anyone who's not an Ani player, but this is starting to clean itself up nicely. You love all Civ games? Hell yeah. Hell yeah. What other obnoxious piping problems can we solve here? We could also get prepared. I feel like this whole stream has just been, let's see what piping problems we can solve. I'm going to do that. Put that on a 6. Any dupes that needs a name? Nope, no new dupes. Princess Leia is still on the wheel. We may take on an additional cook soon, because once everything on this planet is spun up, we're going to need probably two cooks. 2 cooks should be able to handle the full-time load that is this place. I think I might actually be over-designing our kitchen, so I might dial it back, and then if we need a second kitchen, we'll do a second kitchen. Okay, so this is now up and running. I mean, in theory, that could be made into insulated pipe, but... Alright, so the water's going to be coming down that way. Why don't we... That's what we want to do right there. It's gonna necessitate us putting in a little bit of extra ladder support to get that built. So let's do that. I'm gonna try and deconstruct ladders as we're going on this playthrough. I never do that, but it does cut down on pathing issues, so maybe we'll try to stay on top of that stuff and then build ladders in where we need them when we need them. I'll beat Randy up before tomorrow's stream so you can get the ball rolling. Tomorrow's stream is going to be fun. I feel like we're in a really good place as far as that playthrough goes. It's just a matter of... Sea Ice is a really difficult playthrough, and we've added Anomaly into it. I've never done Sea Ice before, so there's a lot of things to take into consideration with all of that. Okay. Now, the question comes in here. How do we deal with this? Oh, no, that's the wrong sensor. That's an element sensor. So, starting with that. Alright, barbs on it. I just got myself 13 MH3 packs. Do you want me to wait for after stream so it can... Yes! I mean, you love the game as much as I do, but... So if you want to open them and just send me screenshots of the good stuff because you can't wait, do it. But if you're willing to wait, I would love to see you pop those packs. Modern Horizons is such a cool freaking game, cool series. I just wish there was a mastery tier, because it takes a lot to get pipes, or not pipes. God, I can't speak. It takes a lot to get packs of cards in the new series. I love you more than the game. I'll totally wait. Okay, sounds good. Love you too. We'll have some fun with that while I set up Civ to play with Killer, because it's probably going to take a small bit. So yeah, okay. So while I'm installing Civ, I'll watch you open packs, and then Killer and I'll get on that. If anybody wants to join us, I'm sure that would be absolutely wonderful. The more the merrier on multiplayer games, right? I mean, up until the point where it crashes a server, but, you know, I digress. Often shamelessly. Let's empty you. There was a mod that I saw Too Legit City using, or no, he's talking about the mod, where you can set long-term sweep locations. So, like, let's say I'm like some of this might spill down here, and I'll have to sweep down here. There's only a few tiles here, so if this gets overwhelmed with, oh, that's awesome. If that thing gets overwhelmed, see how some of that fell down there? And we're going to mop it? We could set that as a permanent mop zone. So if any liquid falls down there, the dupes would all go in there and automatically mop. Now, I know I've said a couple of times, like, this should be in the base game, but I think that would be awesome. Ooh, who gets the red suit? I mean, Al's been here since day one. Let's give Al a suit. Means if we get 2 more pieces of clothing, we can actually get everybody all clothed up. If you want, if you're into those kind of games, get it. I think it's $3 right now, US dollars. So definitely worth a grab if it's something you'd be into. I don't know what that translates into Brazil dollars, but no red for Green Thumbs, because then he'll be Christmas. There we go. Coming in with the hot jokes. Love it, Aya. Thank you for reminding me of the cozy vibes. Okay. Let me sort my brain out here. So this has a buffer tank here. We can eventually get some liquid in here. In fact, I might siphon some liquid off of the toilet line into our main line here. How are we doing this? How is the temperature on these SOBs? Solid across the board, actually. No red for Steam changes the price depending on the currency. It's about 1.5 US dollars for me. No shit. That does make sense, doesn't it? This is going to be a low priority, right? We're going to put that on a 6 so Lou takes care of it. Oh, we haven't seen Lou. I hope Lou's doing okay. They came in and were like all excited, and I haven't seen them since the first time they popped in and named a dupe. Okay. Okay. So there's actually enough liquid in there. We're not even doing anything super crazy. So what I think, we're going to snip this here. We're going to snip this here. We're going to go like that. And so this comes down, goes across, comes up, goes back through, and then goes up through that. Okay, perfect. Now for the base over here, we're going to connect that so that all goes back on the loop like that. And that's going to come in there. And this bit is going to go up through there? Right? Right. And so as long as I didn't fuck this up, which I've built a steam turbine aqua tuner setup many times. I don't like doing it jumped like this. I prefer it to look like this, but it is what it is. So then that's coming through. Yes, he is passed out. I would take a picture for everybody, but the moment I bring out my camera, for some reason, he decides to wake up. He can literally hear his voice. If I look over at him too hard, he'll be like, he'll wake up. He can feel my eyeballs. So, oh, he's passed out. He's so cute. All right, hang on. I'm gonna try and sneak a picture of the kitty for everybody. If I go like this, and I zoom in, let's zoom in first. Excellent. All right, I'm going to share that on Discord real quick, just in case anybody wants to see. Since nobody can treat the kitty right now, let's share pictures of the kitty. So over here in cute animal pics, I can't believe I actually got that picture. So if anybody, don't be suspicious. If anybody wants to see the current state of my kitty cat, it is now officially up on Discord in the cute animal pics section. Okay, we have officially split the loop of our cooling systems. Now, we don't have a lot of buffer over here. 110 kilos. Not the worst thing in the world, though. Okay, I'll treat him later. I'll tell him it was from Uncle Killer. Ooh, I didn't realize we had a printable. Another wild Drecklet would be good. Creativity, cuisine, grease monkey, irritable bowel, undigging, nah. Oh, hang on. Cuisine, athletics, machinery, iron gut, pacifist. I might have to bring on Meemaw, guys. Cooking, athletics, and machinery. Shit. Well, we have we have a full-time cook, but we're probably going to need 2 full-time cooks. And until we need 2 full-time cooks, she's got operating. So if she ever doesn't have anything to cook, we could let her go out and do some operating. We've got enough air. I think we print Meemaw. Okay, so if anybody wants to do a point redemption to rename Meemaw, I think we're taking Meemaw. We got it, right? I haven't changed her outfit. This is like a custom outfit I put together for my dupes. I got to change her outfit as well. Let me just think about this. Immune to food poisoning, don't really care. Our system's not going to allow food poisoning. Don't care about pacifist. That's one of those few that I'm like, I don't give a shit. We need one person who can attack critters, and we almost never use it anyway. That's a good question. Aya named Green Thumbs the second because he's our current rancher farmer. So the suit wearing is going to help with athletics. The machining is going to give them something to do because operating never goes out of style. I think we take Meemaw. Dupe number 9. Okay. This might be a little premature, but let's do it. I'm so nervous to take on a 9th dupe. All right, Meemaw's in. We got to get her priorities and everything, so let's get her access to the duplicate gym. We need to give her a bed. What I think we're going to do... I got ideas for fixing this later, but I don't want to deal with too much right now. We're just going to put her up here. We're going to put her over in this spot because I don't want her too close to Lyra because of the shine bug, because Lyra's nyctophobic. Princess Leia, sorry. We're going to go in Mima. We're going to get you right into advanced research to help your brain get better faster. Going to go into priorities, come down here. You are going to be double ticked up on operating because we want you running to get those athletics up. Excellent. And then we need to remove you from the door over here and many other doors. So copy settings, you're not allowed to go through that door. You're not allowed to go through that door. And then this one is the other direction, so you're not allowed to go through that door. Right? Is there any other doors she shouldn't be allowed to go through? Any other doors? 2, 4, 6, 8. We need another table. So priority 9, that and that. We need a bed and a table for her. Mommy? No, let's not call the dupe Mommy. I don't like that. I have never exercised a veto, I don't think, on a name ever, but I am vetoing Mommy as the name. No, thank you. Too many bad memories of family with that one. Oh, and schedule. Let's get her a schedule. We might, you know what? I kind of want to fix the schedules. Oh, that's why the schedules are so effed. Okay. How do we want to stagger schedules? It's like when folks try to call me Miss Aya too fast. It's awkward. Miss Aya? Oh, I get it now. I get it now. All right, we're going to change some dupes' sleep schedules a little bit, just because we need this to overlap properly. Let's say we had 16 dupes here, 24 schedule, so... you know what? I think I'm going to do a 2-hour stagger. Let's see how that works out. I do my schedules a little bit different than your average Ani player. Most people don't even give them 3 tiles of 3 tiles of recreation, but I do like to give mine 3 tiles of recreation. It's a little bit extra of a mood boost at the beginning, and it allows them time to get back when they're out far in the map. Now, they're not going to be super far out on the map because our map is not huge, but there are dupes that are a little slower than others, Barb, and who need time to get home and get themselves sorted out. So we're going to overlap sleep just a little bit. And it should allow us to keep them going. Okay. I'm giving my name redeemed to whoever wants it. I have points, not creativity. What about Granny? So we get Granny's home cooking. Nether's grandma was an asshole. Yeah, I mean, Granny's a little bit better than Mommy. Does anybody want to take another stab at it? I never called my my grandmother Granny, so it's not exactly. When I hear the word Granny, I think of apples, Granny Smith. So. Oh, Princess Leia needs a better schedule. Right. Finish what you're doing, Nether. But yeah, that woman was definitely an asshole. Alright, that's what we're going to go with for now. A couple of people are going to wind up a little short on time. Actually, it's a good time to swap that. New dupe comes in right at recreation, so they'll sort themselves out with food and whatever, get some rest, and get fresh on the job in her morning. But that does mean we really need this done at a very high priority. Alright, Barb is building the new dupe's bed. I'm willing to go with Granny unless you guys want to come up with something else. I mean, Barb, you redeemed the points, so... And shame on you for saying you're not creative. You're one of the most creative people I know. Guys, Barb does the art for my emotes and is always sharing stuff in the art section and on the Discord, so go and check it out. She's absolutely wonderful and super talented and creative. Names are hard. Okay, so let's go check through the names real quick. We've got Al, Algae Chewer, named by Squiddy. Barb is after Barb. Green Thumbs is Aya's boy. Julie Pixels, named after Julie. Killer, Killer. Lou was a new viewer that came in. Lulu. Princess Leia. Was that you, Killer? Who named Princess Leia? I can't remember. And then I think it was ATP that named Vermin Supreme. I don't know. So those are our current names. If you guys think of anybody you want to give the name to, I mean, Laz isn't in here yet. Emily always holds out for a Nisbet. We could go with Granny, or we could go with any other thing. You could stick it in a random name generator, or I could just refund the points, and when somebody thinks of something, you could redo the redeem. Any of those things are okay. Gertrude is the biggest old lady name I can think of. Gertrude? I'm with that. We can do that. Where is Gertie? Where did she get to? Is she already getting herself in trouble? You're idle because you have nothing to do. Can you path? You have pathing. There it is. There's Gertie. You were waiting for a Nisbet, but I think you might have dibs, so what do you want a Mima, Emily? I can refund Barb's points. I'm running out of the ability. Like, we've even got a queue going on RimWorld. I'm gonna have to impose a no queue. If there are no dupes to name and somebody redeems point redemption, I'm refunding it until there's a dupe to name, because between RimWorld and this, I can't keep up with the queue. I don't have a system on the computer. Nisbet or nothing. Okay. So we're going to call this dupe Gertrude. I'm going to refer to her as Gertie. I'm going to complete all of the point redemptions. And since you redeemed the points, if you decide you want to name Gertrude something else, we'll name her something else. All right, she got a bed. There's a table made for her. It's going to take her a long time until she sorts herself out. Pressure in here is pretty solid as far as the amount. Gertrude it is. All right. Did we iron some systems out? Like, is this legit? All right, well, this is going to take forever for that to unclog. Come on, Bristleberry. So we're gonna take some measures here. Let's plumb these toilets a little bit. We have a plumber. We might as well make good use of them. Jonathan will be online in 4.4 cycles, which is the namesake of our stream today. Something else would make a good name. Oh. True. Just like we launched everybody here into space on that RimWorld playthrough. And back down here, let's run that again. Okay, our refined carbon, 13.9 tons. We might be able to turn that down. Yeah, let's turn that off. We don't need to dump out any more refined carbon. We've got those things in place. We've got the piping in place so that when Jonathan comes online, we can actually have that pump directly over to that system, which will mean we'll be able to take this thing offline, which will be wonderful. We'll have it burn off the petroleum that's in reserve, then we'll be able to break down that system. That'll remove the need for most of our cooling. So on Thursday, we might actually be able to deconstruct all of this nonsense bullshit over here and start converting over to our final form. It's going to take some work to get there, but I've got thoughts on this. We might also run a little bit of a cooling loop through these tiles here to keep this this drill cool. This is a Francis John designed petroleum boiler, but I'm confident enough in my abilities to make minor adjustments to things nowadays, so this thing doesn't seem to be overpressuring anymore. I think our system is working. Holy shit, that worked. This is more or less the design that Francis did for cooling these things, just with some slight modifications to fit it into the spot and to integrate the cooling for the thermoregulator. But all in all, we've got some really nice and chill water in here, and we've got a nice chill thermoregulator. So yeah, things are going swimmingly. There's the thermal injector closing, bringing cold over from this side to the heat on this side, keeping everything nice and chill. Yep, that's working. Hell the fuck yeah. Okay. What the shit are we doing? I feel like I had other plans here, and I can't remember what they were. I know we're gonna... Okay, so are we switching over to designing the kitchen? Is that where we're at? I think that's where we're at. I know what we could do. Let's start setting up the power distribution so that these don't have to exist anymore. So, like, we're gonna put one there, there. Right now, we just have one single line going over to the base. I want to bring that into the base. I kind of want the one here to go into the main base, and then this can go downward. That can go over. Now let's do this. And then conductive wire out of lead. Connect those two bad boys and just kind of run that straight over here. Then we'll be able to get rid of these transformers. That one is sending power down here. That power is eventually going to be running off of transformers from over here. This thing's running over there. I say, oh, that's right. The other basin, we were going to put a liquid reservoir as a buffer going down into the oil, because that's a smart thing to do. It is a smart thing to do, but I already did some absolute nonsense bullshit here, so where does it make sense to put that? I almost feel like we should just drop it right here. But it's like I created this space to put all of the industrial stuff in here. Because technically this is inside the core base, right? And then would have to do some whole convoluted loop around thing because it's coming through here. Hold on, just kind of picturing pipes in my brain here. let's say we put one of these right here, right? And then this would actually need to get into the input, which would be here. Oh god, what an absolute nightmarish mess that would be. I think it might just be reasonable, and this is going through there. Let me pause and do this, because I want to kind of build in this space, but I don't want anything to happen. So we would want to put that there, which means we would just... We don't have to cool right under these things. It's not like an essential thing, but that would mean that our cooling loop would be like this, all right? And then this output would have to go here, but it can't because of that, so that would have to go up. So if we did, let's say we did a liquid bridge here, right? The output could come down. No, that doesn't work. Okay, cancel, cancel, cancel. I can do this. We can do this. You know me, I love building these really tight, packed, integrated systems, right? Yeah, we could just jump over the output here into the input, and then the output goes like that, right? So this would come up, and that would come over. That would get snipped, and then this would come out of the input down to here. Then this cooling loop is just in the way. Always in the way. I really like the idea of it being like right there. We can do all sorts of little like extra jumpy things. Let me try and think of the cleanest way to make this happen. I think if we're gonna do that, and I'm pretty sold on doing it now, what we're gonna have to do is then grab this, and that's gonna have to jump over here. God, this is gonna look absurd. No, wait. Yep, that jumps there. And goes like that. Alright. Alright, I know how I want to do it. We can't put this in right away, so... That jumps over, that goes like that. That goes like that. And that goes like that. Right. I think that'll do. Oh, right. We would need this to go there. So we can build that in. Yeah, that'll do. So here's a fun neuro-spicy story. I've had a website sitting open for a week to book an ADHD assessment. I finally get the form. I fill it out once, and while I'm looking it over, my brain is like, you're going to fix it. So now I'm completely redoing their fillable PDF form for their ADHD pre-assessment that I procrastinated on. Sounds to me like you already did the test. Shit, I feel like I fucked something up here. I created some sort of loop. Ugh. What am I doing? What am I doing? That is not where that's supposed to go. Oof. It's alright. It's alright. It's fine. All of that is supposed to be actual water anyway. I would have preferred to have polluted water in the lines because polluted water has a lower freezing temperature, but it is what it is. Maybe one day we'll bleed them off and like put polluted water in there. But for now, not so much. Okay. So all of this being said, that goes there. And then that goes like that. Right? And so that's the industrial cooling loop doing its thing. That goes away. That gets deleted. That becomes that. And then we put another one of these there. Now, there is entirely a good chance that I'm going to shrink this room a little bit. I left extra space just in case, you know what I mean? There's no reason we should really need to get in here. And actually, that copper ore can get swept. Literally everything in here can get swept. Yeah, right? Alright. Alright. So slowly but surely, the basic gist of what we're doing is we're deconstructing some of our temporary systems and putting into place some permanent, or at least semi-permanent systems. Right? So if we bloop that into there, now, and then we attach this here, then what we could do is we could just deconstruct this line here. Now these, that was also sending, okay, you're pulling a lot of extra power just for a hot second. Okay, fair enough. So then we deconstruct that. We will eventually sort the base out with a better arrangement for the cooling loop, but for now, let's do that. Now, speaking of this pulling more power than it has, we should make some effort on that. Just double check that our base is the right temperature. Base is the right temperature. Excellent. Jonathan, I'm sorry I keep pausing. We need you to come online, and I keep pausing, preventing that from happening. Breathe, Nether, breathe. Okay, now... I think we've done some nice things with this piping. This knot looks ridiculous, but it is what it is. So then let's look back over at our power grid, right? We need to get power up to these guys, into that door. We don't need to get a lot of power up there. But we could do... Okay, so that goes into the base. Yeah, even if it's just for now and we change it later, I think we're just going to put a transformer in right here. Yeah, we'll run this line to power this stuff. This stuff is not realistically going to need tons of power. But let's, that's one. Okay, so we'll run 2 of these. We're going to go like that. And we're going to take these this way and do a conductive wire bridge like that. Thank you for lurking, Aya. Much appreciated. We're almost 5 hours into a 6-hour stream. You know, I always wind up going a little late to finish projects if we're in the middle of something. I'm very happy with the progress we're making here. I know it seems like we keep reworking the same areas because we do. But like I said, we had to basically put a lot of stopgap temporary situations into place. And now that we've got a little bit more permanent stuff sorted, we're starting to put down basically permanent roots here. We're getting our things going nicely. It's just a matter of staying on top of it and making these little changes as we go. Now, right now, these aren't even pumping gases anywhere, so I'm not overly worried about them having power, but we need this door to have power. That just gave that door power, so we're going to deconstruct this line that's in here. And more or less, that means we can get rid of most of this. Well, not actually most of it. We can get rid of this. Now, what we're going to do... because we still might need this gas filtering, is we're going to do that. We're going to deconstruct that, and we're going to connect those and get rid of this bridge. And now these two are sending power down here, which is good. It's not exactly what we need, but it is a step in the right direction. Now, going back over to our loop. I would like to theoretically do what I normally do with our cooling loop, but at the moment, I think I leave it as is. What I usually do is I run parallel lines up and down the center of the base, and then take blades, essentially blades over from the center, which we can kind of start doing. We want to integrate these transformers into the mix, right? So we're going to bring insulated over to there and insulated back there. We're going to grab our copper radiant pipe, and we're going to put that here. Right? And then, no more and then. Insulated pipe, we're going to come down like that, and then this will come over like that. And that will mean that we can run that up and down our stairwell here. We don't need to do that at the moment, but that is kind of the direction we're headed in. Can you be... you can't have your inventory emptied, can you? No. Water, CO2, polluted water. Might get a little bit of a mess when we deconstruct this, but no way around it. Let's deconstruct that bad boy. Let's get rid of that. In case there's any pipes there, which it looks like there is. Those go away. This power, like I said, is not reasonable, but is not fixable at the moment. Trying to think. So this is 500, 500, 500, 500, 500. So 1, 2, 3. Yeah, we're going to want to split these all off on their own lines eventually. We want the Slickster farms also to be on their own grid. We're going to put transformers in over here for that, but not just yet. Okay. Not research. We don't care about that yet. What I am probably going to do... Alright, we're coming up. I would like to get off of Bristleberry as an overflow, and I'd like to start dumping our overflow into our water tank down here. Reason being, we need water for research, and I don't have water set up for research yet. Now, can a builder get into the barracks to do that is the question. The This is a thing we need to sort out. I could move the loop and just use this. Yeah, I'm gonna let them do this. And then I'm gonna start drawing in our eventual cooling loop. And I swear we're gonna design the kitchen here in a hot second. I just want to get a few things sorted. We'll go down to there for now. And I'd like to keep these cool. Right, so then... Okay. We got ideas. We're going to snip that there. And we're going to, we'll dot build that because we'll eventually connect it. We're going to bring this over to here. We're going to do the same thing here. Then we're going to grab radiant copper. And put those like that. Then going through the bathrooms to get to these farms is quite obnoxious, so let me let them build that. Like I said, we also need to get water onto our line. I'm going to do that for now, allowing some of the toilet water to go onto the line. No, that is the wrong way. Never mind. There is a way to do this. How is that way? Yeah, we might as well try to fill things up with toilet water. Yay, toilet water. Gotta love these things. So this will actually come in and go down, and then it'll loop around like this. And then how are we gonna snake it over? I want these plants out of the way. You know what? We could just move these. These are already decommissioned, right? These are not running, and if we decommission these, then we don't need to actually give them cooling. Alright. So that being said, we do still want to cool some of the stuff in here. We can't go through this spot because that's where the toilet water is currently, but what we can do is bring that over there like that. Around up, and then that will go that way and that way. We'll have to reverse that. So we'll put that there. And we're gonna need to get this water onto the line because I do want water on to like leave our toilets and go onto our cooling loop because we need to fill this tank up a little bit over here. So we're going to build that thing and then we'll bridge on after they've done a few other bits here. And this should nicely clean up our loop, and what we could do once we've filled the line a little bit is then we can repurpose this line down here to drop water in here. So let's think ahead on that as well. And again, I swear we're actually going to work on the kitchen at one point or another. Pipe cleanup, one of my favorite things. Although, is anything but clean at the moment. Yeah, we kind of bypassed that concept, and I've been cleaning up pipe work that I've been meaning to clean up forever. I know this doesn't look clean, but it's a lot cleaner than it was an hour ago. Still drinking coffee at 5 p.m. Cheers, Chip. I build overly complicated and integrated systems. A lot of people would say separate out the systems, have everything do its own thing. I'm one of those people who's like, if we can find a way to do everything together, I'm more about it. So, cheers with Soda Monster. Excellent. So actually, hang on a second here. Might not even need that. I'm so happy we're pulling some of these pipes out of here. I'm glad that we got rid of the carbon skimmer, although that did drop some polluted water, which was my concern. Please don't mop the liquid lock. Perfect. Let's do that. Yeah, so we're gonna completely decommission that line, so we can bring this over here and grab radiant copper. We've got a lot more copper than we used to have, so I'm getting a little flagrant with the use of it. Hydrate, thank you, Laz. Cheers. Let's put some water in there. I hate water. Hate it, hate it, hate it. Well, you know what? I did not turn on music in the background today. I'm like, what? I'm like, what's missing? Ah, the music. 2 cycles on Jonathan the Volcano. Oh. I've got an idea. So, I know we were talking about the kitchen a moment ago. I was like, how are we going to get hydrogen in there? That's how. We're just going to take the hydrogen out of those, and then we'll have 2 tanks of hydrogen we could empty. That'll make life a lot easier. Wonderful. Hydrogen is a sterile gas. So, if you store food in a freezing atmosphere, or a freezing location with sterile gas, it'll never spoil. So, we're going to build that into our deep freeze. It's one of those pieces that I didn't have figured out that I was like, I'll deal with it later, but currently I suppose we could actually speed this up a little bit. Let them get building. 8 there, 7 there. Excellent. Ranches are coming online. How many eggs are in here? 17. All right, we're starting to get to critical mass with the slicksters. All right. Come on, dupes. We're definitely not stopping until Jonathan has at least 1 eruption and we get a little bit more magma in our lives. Alright, let's get these pipes built, guys. I'm at that point where I'm like, I could play a little faster. I'm a very slow player in general. I like to just, you know, slow and steady wins the race. Very methodical. But sometimes you just want them to get a project done. You know, we don't really have anything crazy. Our operators have operation procedures. The new dupes are running to get their athletics up. Everybody else is basically, you know, our cook is cooking. So our builders just need to put some gas on it. So we're going to play a little fast here. Ice. 4 tons of ice. I don't think... Yeah, we're not taking anybody else on for a while. So we're going to print the ice and we're going to be careful about it. What we'll do is we'll drop that ice into our little water box here, which will help with... Where is the ice? I'm not crazy, right? We just printed ice. Oh, there it is. I see it. We're going to move that ice, let's just say right there. We're going to do it at a high priority so that it doesn't accidentally melt in the wrong spot. It would suck if that ice melted and just dripped all over our base, causing problems. So we're going to move that down here. It'll cool off this water, and then eventually it'll melt, and we'll get an extra 4 tons of water in here. Boop. Wonderful. Let's... Yeah, that'll be fine. That will be fine. Oh, they're using hot igneous rock. Well, it is what it is. Can we please get the pipes done, guys? Alright. So now let's do some snipping here. As Francis would say, let's do a little judicious snipping. We're going to snip that like that, and we're going to bring this around, and we're going to bring that through there. Same thing here. We're going to snip, snip. We're going to go like that. We'll leave that connected so it bleeds into the system correctly. This is now going to come up through here. That's not going to go there anymore. That's not going to go there. This is going to connect to that. And that's going to come in there. This pipe is not going to be relevant at the moment. This pipe is going to go up through there. Holy shit. That's going to go through, and this has to get deconstructed. This is going to come through here up to there. And this is going to be awkward at first for this loop to fill back up, and we are going to have to put some more liquid on it, so... Okay, okay. Excellent. I do love when we get the opportunity to, like, clean up pipe systems. It's just a very satisfying thing. destroyed. Yeah, we definitely need to get more water into that system. So once we do a few of these things, we're going to deconstruct a bit of this whole system here. That goes. That gets deleted. The water does this jerky thing like this when they're building pipes while you're looking at the pipe overlay, so we're going to snip that. Then we're going to grab this, and what we're going to do is we're going to put this in here. Oh, nope, 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 nope. We need to give that direction. So we're going to do that. I love this game. I do get a little quiet in the last hour or two of stream, usually because I'm trying to reach the goal we set out for ourselves, and because I get tired, you know? It's a lot of work running your mouth nonstop. I'm being ridiculous, but it is kind of true, you know? All that can go. That's in place, which means we can then put this here. And then excess water is going to overflow into that system. And this is not going to be the cleanest way of setting this up, but it is going to get us somewhere. So any of the toilet water at the moment is going to get filtered, prioritized going back into the system to keep the toilets running, and then the water positive part of it is going to actually get dumped onto the cooling loop now, which will help fill up our cooling buffer. This is going to take forever, so we got to keep an eye on it because we can overfill the loop, and then that leads to a whole other slew of problems. But for now, that'll be good. And then once that's all done, we'll start redirecting the overflow into our tank down here until we have enough water for research, because it doesn't matter if that water has germs in it for research sake. Okay. Let me just make sure this is actually working properly. Prioritizing the toilets, no overflow that time around. Processing some more water there. And we have 9 dupes now, so we should get a significant amount more. The it's a water positive process. There's no drinking of water in this game other than if they're hanging out at the water cooler, which is why early on we want the water cooler here because it makes this a great haul because it counts as a recreation building, right? But we disable it because we don't want them drinking the water, because early on we always wind up accidentally getting germs into our water supply, sometimes on purpose because I don't give a shit all the time. But basically the idea is that they don't have to drink water, they eat food. But I guess eating food has water in it. When you dehydrate food, you get some water out, from what I understand. We're probably going to end up messing with the dehydrator a little bit, since we're going to need to send food between planets. It's going to be interesting. We're going to automating that's going to be a whole thing. It's going to take a lifetime for this. It's fine. It's fine. We've got a lot of eventual projects going on here. It'll be fine. Nobody worry. Yeah, we don't have enough water on that loop, so that's going to take a while to fill up. Not the best thing for us. Is there any way we could speed that process along? Is there any way we can just dump some water to that loop? Wait a second, wait a second. I am doing this wrong? No. Wait. No. Okay, so that's going into that. That is coming into there. This loop is for the... Okay, I got it. This is terrible. Guys, don't build a base like me. This is absolutely terrible. It's getting a little bit better here and there, but, like, this is absolutely terrible. It'll be fine. It'll be fine. Okay. I think I might be okay to actually work on designing the kitchen now. Ugh. I'm just kind of looking at the loop, seeing how much water we need to get on there. It's basically these empty sections here. Those need to get some more water on it. Because this thing doesn't have anything in it right now, right? It's just throughput. Yeah. It is what it is. It'll be what it is. Let's start working on the actual plan. I know I've said that 100 times already. So we're going to zoom in here while those systems work. We're going to bring up our little planning thing. This is the basic space we're working with. Thermoregulators there. We want to make sure that we get our storage for our food somewhere that's right next to it. So in theory... if we did something like that, this might be weird, right? We might end up actually putting the ingredients on this side. Okay. So if this is the tile we need to see, then they would need to be here. Which means we can't really do that. Okay. Basically, we're using a little trick with the sweepers so that they grab through a corner. I could totally put a secondary one here, right? We could just go with 2 sweepers, theoretically, right? So... I really like the idea of getting something in this corner here. Let's say we put our micro musher in the corner. We got to start somewhere, right? And that means our sweeper would have to go somewhere in here in order to, like, it reaches 4 tiles, so a sweeper would have to be somewhere along, would have to be on this axis right here. If that's the case, we know that we can put a platform there and a platform there. That sweeper then sees at a diagonal, so it can't go that way. So we'd have to go this way with it. 2, 3, 4. It would need to theoretically see that tile. So we go over to our wall design tool again, and we go here, 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 and here. And that means this can see the ingredients, and it can put them anywhere up here, and down here. Now, let's swap these back over now, right? And leave that as a diagonal. Then we need to get in 2 gas ranges and 2 grills. So we could gas range 3 or 4 tall. I think the gas range is 4 tall. Did we figure out? Food. No, it's 3 tall. Okay, so excellent. Okay, I think I might have already sorted this. So, gas range. There, and we'll make another one in orange. So those would be our 2 gas ranges. And then our 2 grills would be here and here. Right, and then that sees the ingredients. The problem then becomes, where is the food that they're going to grab, like the food they're going to grab out of inventory, right? Right, that becomes our problem. This is not a bad setup as far as getting stuff to the grills, but then where do we put the other one of these? Where this is not going to see it, but another sweeper can. I love this game. It is just difficult sometimes, especially when you build yourself into the corner. Cozy vibes. Thank you for reminding me of all that all the time. I appreciate it. So, can't put it here because we want that there, which is the frustrating part. Hang on, I got an idea. If we put that there instead, right? And then we cut this out. Move that there. Now, can we make that work? Do I have something I can use to see that? All right, so it's 2 over... Say we put that there, right? Can this thing... It cannot. It could see it if it was there, and it could see it if it was there. Fair enough, game. Fair enough. So this wouldn't be able to see inside that. But if we cut it and move it there, it could. I don't like this awkward space here, but I don't think we're going to be able to get away with it, or get away from it. If we then put that there... And then we don't have a micro musher in the mix. This is a tight spot here. It's a very tight spot. I don't really know how I'm gonna do this. So let's just work on it. Let's just work the math problem. Let's just work the math problem. Might as well just cut and move a few things, right? So let's say, can we fit this whole thing maybe like here? And does that help us any? If we put that right there, God, this is like fun and crazy. Like, I love doing this stuff, but sometimes it's like, okay, I think we have to make sure that's up there. Just don't have the space for anything else, right? But what if... So if we put, yeah, this keeps being the shape I go back to. I feel like this is what we're going to have to do. You know, just, we're going to have to make it like that, is how I feel about this whole thing. But that is problematic in that we need another one of these bits. Jesus, this is not easy. We can't go up either because of the way we have to set up the freezer. It has to be this. We can't flip this upside down. Otherwise, that'd be what I would be all about right now. I mean, I'm trying to make a double-sized kitchen, which is probably the problem to begin with. We probably don't need to do that. Okay, I'm not loving this situation, and we're not making any progress because I have the game paused. So let's try and start over again. I do love the idea of putting it here. Let's start from that assumption, right? If we start from that assumption, one, two, three, four, then the sweeper can go there. And we can put a shelf there and a shelf there for something. It would not be able to see over here. Which might not be the worst thing in the world. So then we have a station here, and then... Hang on. What if we make use of this space over here, right? Like, I keep saying I don't like that there's space over there, but what if... What if we just put that there? Let's move it down a tile. So, hold on. This might work. This might work here. So this gives us 2 gas ranges, 2 grills, a micro musher. And this one sweeper here will be able to see all of them. Although we have to put it sideways, which I'm not thrilled with, because then we got to put like ladders up here instead of like here. It is what it is. And then what we can do is then put a sweeper here. And that won't be able to see into the ingredients, but it'll get to see into the finished food. And then people can... I hate this. I hate this. I don't know if you guys can tell, but I freaking hate this. I don't hate the game. Don't hate the player, hate the game. I mean, I don't hate it. Because basically this would be the refrigerator where the dupes would come to get their food, right? It would pull food out here and put it in this refrigerator, and they'd come and grab this to go to dinner. Now let's take this. So that would slot in there. And that would be problematic with this. Hold on. I'm talking like Linus now. What if we just take that whole thing and drop it down by 1? Drop it to there. Okay, hang on. I think we might have something here. The ceiling would get moved to there, which is not a problem. And then we were talking about this area over here becoming bathrooms and a great hall / nature reserve. Two, three, 4. Okay, so then the dupes could come from the ladder right into this section of the kitchen here. This thing would see that. This one would see the finished food here. All that would put this real nice and tight up against that wall. Put that in there. And then this space is open for whatever project we decide to put here later on. Probably a rec room or something, because we don't have room for much of anything else. I think this might be it. Wait, will that be able... Yeah, because that won't be there. They'll be able to see that refrigerator. So the dupes would come up the ladder, grab their food out of the refrigerator, and then go into the Great Hall here. I think I did, but if I didn't, I'll hydrate again. And I'm not going to lie, my bladder's getting a little full here. Thank you, Aya. Okay, now just to make this could theoretically put anything in here. I mean, the thing is I'm trying to, like, make this super efficient. I don't know that we're going to need both gas ranges, and I don't know that we're going to need a micro musher at all. We might very well just leave most of this off for now and just build this half of it. So 1 gas range, 1 grill, 1 micro musher over here. If we get to the point where we have an obscene amount of extra ingredients, then we could always put something in. In fact, the gas grill is not even going to be functioning for a while. If we need a second regular grill, we can put that here. I think this is a good solid design, and then we could adjust it accordingly, right? Like if we decide we need 2 grills, 1 range, and 2 micro mushers, we could do that. If we need two gas ranges, 2 grills, and a single micro musher, cool. If we don't need a micro musher at all, we've got a couple of extra tiles we can throw statues into, and that should get us there. I think I like that. Okay, I think that works. Now that all being said, let's hit play. I don't know that we're actually going to be able to take care of this today. Let's do that, and then I'm going to copy this and put it up here, just for something, so in case we need it. And then what we'll do is we'll remove that for now. Okay, and then where are my gas pipes already? My gas pipes are here, they're coming out here and back in through here. Now, the biggest issue, of course, is that our oxygen pipes are running through there, but we could change those. So yeah, I guess let's spend the rest of the day getting prepped to put this in. That'll get that pipe out of the way. Ventilation, radiant pipe out of steel would go there, and would go in these 2 tiles. Hello, Tachyon. Bubba, no, please. Just a little while, Bubs. Just a little while. That would go there. So out here, through here, up there, through there, then that would be radiant, and it would come back down. He's driving me nuts already, so we wouldn't need that piece. Actually, kind of like that. It's amazing what you can put together with just a little effort. And let's put temporary access over here so we can get up and make that happen. So we're going to have to do a couple of cheeky things to make this work correctly. Turn the opacity on this down. Biting my lip a little bit over here. Turn the opacity on that down so we can actually see what we're working on here. Boop, boop, boop. So then this will link up with... This is our new ladder system. So then that would be there. Yep. Hi, buddy. You're gonna love the circus. All right, so this is working. This is working. We're gonna want this here, like that. Those 2 tiles can go. Hey, Tachyon, let me get a little love here, buddy. Let me get a little love. You're such a good baby. You're such a good buddy. All right. How is our cooling loop coming along? We're still down some water. Temperature-wise, how are we doing? Could be better, could be worse. You're such a good boy. You are such a good boy, Bubba. Let's have you go up here, Bub. Let's have you go up there. Okay. We'll put a fridge there. Deconstruct that. Now that they can get over from there, we're going to put that there. We're going to deconstruct that ladder and that ladder. It is going to take a long time for that pipe to drain out. I'm going to do that. That's scary. We'll have to keep an eye on it. That is going to be radiant pipe. And then we need to get a few things sorted as far as other overlays. Oh, that's moving quick. Nice, nice, nice. And now we can link that back up. There we go. Snip, snip, snip. That's sorted for radiant. We'll have to break back in here if we want to deconstruct that. And you guys know me, I'm always going to want to deconstruct anything. So we'll leave that for a future cleanup project at the moment. Okay. Let's think about how things are going to get in here. So on the shipping overlay, we're going to need a conveyor thing eventually, but not quite just yet, right? All right, what we're going to need to do is deconstruct that, and we're going to actually, this has got to go temporarily, but we need one there. Then we got to get hydrogen into this damn thing. Now, the reason I'm trying to do it like this, you guys might think I'm absolutely insane. Hydrogen gas pipes only carry 1 kilo packets, whereas liquid pipes carry 10 kilo packets. So the amount of thermal mass is significantly smaller. So we're doing it this way because the longer this pipe segment has to be, because igneous rock's not a perfect insulator. Neither is ceramic. We actually need to make insulation, which requires space materials, etc., etc. It doesn't have to be... I am obviously insane. Yes, for sure. It doesn't have to be absolutely perfect. What it does need to be is short. Like, we could, in theory, have just thrown these anywhere and run the gas pipes to it, but then we would be losing a lot of our chill into the radiant pipes. We'd be making our system work harder. That's why I wanted to do it this way. So we're going to have to put a few things into place here. Namely, shipping rails is one of the things I need to get sorted. We could actually deconstruct that material right there. I'm gonna hide this for a hot second because I know what we need to build there. We're going to grab... We've got some petroleum leaking about somewhere, right? We just need a... is that a... not a printable. Just a tiny, tiny taste. 3 kilos is way more than enough. 4 kilos, 5 kilos. Okay, we'll do it with 3 kilos, and we'll try and 2 birds, 1 stone this whole thing. We're gonna move that there. We need a temporary liquid lock situation. We need a blob of liquid there and a blob of liquid there. Then we need to brick this in, delete the bricks, put in a metal tile, put in these hydrogen bits. Actually, we need to do that first. Well, not first, but after the liquid lock, before we build that in. Nope. Order of operations, Nether. Order of operations. Where does that drop to? An inopportune place is where it drops to. So let's grab tile here. Fuck it, sandstone. Let's just put a sandstone tile right there for now. Let's also... Are you active? You are not active. Excellent. Let's come down here. How the hell did you get here? Right, I set this to everything that got swept, and we swept up an egg. Okay, we've got a new stone hatch egg. That's good. That's good. I gotta make sure not to fuck that up. Alright, this is on sweep only, so we're not gonna sweep anything crazy, but I do want to get the materials out of here. This tile is probably gonna get built shortly because we don't have any other projects going on. So doing these deep freezes is a little bit of a tricky situation. A lot of people do them differently. This is just how I like to do mine. Like I said, there's a million different ways for people to do these things. So you're doing that. So what we're going to do is we're going to brick these 2 points in, right? Is it expensive? It's a new head. Your chair looks practically furry today. Oh, it's a new headrest. Yeah, it's a very expensive headrest. Cost me, you got to pay a weekly fee for this headrest in cat food. Killer just dropped his stuff and is like, oh, I'm already close to the refrigerator. Let me get that going. Honestly, we're getting a lot further than I thought we were going to get today when we started. Jonathan is online, about to erupt in 6.1 cycles. Wonderful. Let's speed this up just a wee bit. Pickled meal is moving downhill, so I'm going to bring these back online. These are going to stay offline. Okay, now I'm going to have them empty this. Actually, cancel. This is going to prove difficult. We need a tile, let's say, here instead. Now, let's go here and here instead. And let's deconstruct that one. Kind of need this to just kind of cascade down. We need a dot here, and we need a dot here, so we'll do what we got to do. Good job cooking, Julie. Stay on top of it. I can't wait to not have this oil refinery running. I hate losing half of the mass of our crude. That being said, sorry, thinking ahead to other things. Let me focus. So we're gonna empty this. Now, remember what I was talking about hydrogen not having this, Oh, no shit. Well, that was anticlimactic. Maybe we'll just move that drop down as we go. We'll mop and move. Mop and move. Mop and move. Mop it. got a vacuum in here. Let's sweep that out. And then I need one of you. 1 kilo. So what we do is I took the hydrogen out of the gas lines out of here, 1 blob, and Julie is now going to drop that in there. It's a vacuum in here, so we're going to click on this and click empty. Al's going to come and empty it. Now these 2 tiles will have hydrogen in them. We have to do it in this order because they can't empty it at 1 tile. There has to be 2 tiles, but they boop. Now there is hydrogen gas. Double check the overlay. Yes. Now what we're going to do is we're going to grab a steel tile, because steel is the best as far as radiant tiles go, and that's going to go there. We're going to check our blueprint printer here. Sand. I'm not even going to look at the dupes. We can't look at dupes now. There's just no reasonable way for us to take those on. We're going to grab a conveyor chute. Doesn't matter what we make it out of. We're going to place that there. We're going to double check that we have everything we need in here. We don't need power, but we also want to make sure we don't have any pipes going through there. I accidentally ran a cooling loop through the deep freeze setup and snapped the pipes one time. Don't ever want to make that mistake again. That's an absolute fucking nightmare. As far as shipping rails go, I usually just build 2 of them right here, just in case I need access. So we're gonna run with that. We're gonna put 2 shipping rails there. One of we might disconnect one. Blah 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 blah. It doesn't really matter. Same thing's got to happen down here. So we've got exactly 1 kilo of hydrogen gas. We could have overpressured it a little bit, but that's fine. Got exactly 1 kilo of hydrogen gas there. We really need this stuff to not go in there. Well, let's see if we can do this without double working. I think we can just put that tile there. I don't think the petroleum will shift into the hydrogen. It should shift right. Hey, buddy. Let's not knock over Papa's water. We already did that once today. Let's drink some more of it, so. Whoop. There you go. Excellent. Okay, so there should be hydrogen gas in here and nothing else. Fantastic. We got a nice little blob of hydrogen right there. Our gas vents are through. We've got radiant pipe. Reason we're making radiant pipe out of steel is it's going to be substantially more radiant than any of the ores, and you can't make the pipes out of any other refined metal. It's a weird quirk about the game. This stuff, we're going to mop this up at a 6, and then we're just going to drop it down to this tile. And run the same game. I love deep freeze setups, I really do. How long till an eruption? 5.6 cycles. Can we speed this along a little bit, get ourselves an eruption? Maybe. Just got to keep an eye on these calories. I keep going up and down in pickled meal. Keep bringing people on, and I keep eyeballing the shit out of this. Okay, so that actually got sorted. Let's move this here. They're on top of it. Empty. Okay. Deconstruct. Deconstruct. Crazy to think you'd run out of pickled meal of all things. It's because I'm It's because I'm skipping steps, Sparta. You know, I really, like, any number of times now I could have easily switched over to bristleberry or something like that, but I'm legitimately just trying to skip straight from mealwood to barbecue. You know how it goes. Once you get used to the game, you're like, I'm just gonna try and skip some steps here. I don't wanna deal with putting in a bristleberry farm and running light bulbs and all of that. That's just, we're down to 20 tons of dirt. I mean, we are composting whatever polluted dirt comes out of our systems, so we've got 4 tons of polluted dirt. He did not yet. I honestly completely forgot about that. Where is he? Let's. I'll do it when we're in chat later, Killer. Or I'll get you something else for that, or something. I can't focus right now because we've got like 5 or 10 minutes left, and I've got a full bladder, and I just wanna finish a couple of things right quick here. I'm very happy this thing's not overpressurizing, because that means we should have enough water to last a while. I don't know how long it's going to take to go through this water, and we've already got more up here than I'd like. Well, I mean, I'd like all the water in the world, of course, but 24 cycles. Future Nether's problem. Future Nether's problem. I will let Tack get his treat later. Alright, sounds good. Sounds good. Alright, shipping rails are in place. We can build any other shipping rails we need from the outside. We just couldn't get to those tiles, so that's fine. We'll decide the order of operations on that later. We have hydrogen gas in there. We're going to build that tile there. Let's bring back our plan real quick. What I'm going to do is I'm going to put a ladder segment right there. And then instead of solid tiles, what we're going to do is we're going to put airflow tiles up here. This thing's going to get dropped right there. This stuff can get mopped up. We haven't used this thing in forever, so let's get it out of our way for now. Please, sir. Please. And same thing down here. I think we're going to go with airflow tiles on these segments here. Kitchen's going to be weird for a little while, but it will function. Tack, you're driving me nuts. Just give me a second, buddy. Give me 5 minutes, okay? Give me 5 minutes. That thing is doing a whole lot of nothing. Copy settings, paste settings. Can you not get out of there? No, you can. You're just idle. That's fine, kind of. Alright, That's going to go there. That's going to allow that. This is going to overpressure the base a little bit, but we're just going to deconstruct those. Doesn't freaking matter. Now, like I said, the hard part is legitimately going to be being us get hydrogen into that loop. How do I want to do that? How do I want to do that? We've got hydrogen in this tank up here, so that's likely going to be the main thing we do. You're bored, huh? Wait, can you not get... You can't get down from there. No, you can't. Power is hooked up. We can deconstruct this. We already copied over the settings. So close. Oh my god, I have to pee so bad. But we're just about done. All right, I think what we do is we call it here, right? I'm gonna remove the blueprint here because we don't actually need that there anymore. We've got a copy up here that we can use. So let me not forget what we need. This is gonna go here. And then we're going to wind up needing a couple of ladders here, here, and here. In theory... Yeah, okay. And then another one of those is going to go... right there. Because that one won't be able to see this refrigerator, but this one will. So it'll grab finished food out of here, put it in this refrigerator. And that will be where our dupes grab meals out of. We'll put, you know, 3 kilos, 4 kilos of food in there instead of 100. And that way there's only enough in there to get individual meals, etc., etc. Ooh. I see a problem with the design, but I'm gonna have to figure that out later. Shit. Actually. Okay, so this is actually gonna have to be... Hang on, I know I, like, really need to go to the restroom, but... Let me make sure this actually works. That won't be able to see this, but this will, right? Once we get rid of these tiles, it'll be able to see down here. Ingredients, finished food. So this is why we need specific locations for things. We need to go into shipping, snag our rails, and this is going to actually get our finished food and drop it into here. So what we'll do is we'll run those rails that way. And so what'll happen is this thing will yank the ingredients out of here, put them into our cooking stations, and then pick up the finished food and put it in here. This won't be able to see this, so it won't go into an infinite loop. We'll allow manual use on this, but set it at a lower priority than the refrigerator. That way, if our dupes have leftovers, they'll drop them in here, but they won't pull them from the fridge and put them in there. And this system should work. And this is like this because we just need to get ingredients in there, which at the moment we could theoretically just put a manual use one, which is probably how we're going to get them in there to start with. And then eventually we'll just automate everything so it dumps it in there. I think that's where I got to call it for the day, because I'm literally doing the old PP dance, as it were. Unfortunately, Jonathan is still 4.6 cycles away from eruption, so I totally misrepresented the stream, but it'll be fine. Real quick, I'm going to remove that and empty that, because future Nether won't remember. And just a quick recap of what we got done today, because we got a lot done, even though it doesn't necessarily look like it. We swapped around a lot of our power overlay, cleaned that up, got our power distribution going in here, linked into the base. We added in 2 steam turbines, fixed all this stuff up, split our cooling loops to base and industrial, put in our first row of what will essentially be permanent petroleum generators. We'll probably have to go in and swap these out for metal tiles. There's little things. We cleaned up and ran a whole bunch of pipes. We're gradually filling up the cooling loop with overflow from our toilets. We set up the system that we're eventually going to use for prioritizing our oil. I did forget something. I'll go over. The water has to be pulled out of here, so prioritizing it to go back in there is great, except we need it to overflow. This system is an absolute shit show. We're probably going to rework this. I'm sorry to say that, guys, because I know we spent a lot of time doing this here. Probably going to have to rework a lot of this, because this overflow system for the water is not going to cut it for me. I need to make that a little less tangled, and we need to a little cliffhanger here. We need to make this system a little bit more robust. Basically, when the main system here gets overpressured, the steam turbines are going to take water out instead of dumping it back into the room. That water has to prioritize going down to these guys, but if there's no room, because it's a water positive process, so that's not going to be a whole thing, then we need the water to overflow back into our main storage, which is going to be up here. So as insane as it sounds, next time we're probably going to actually rework this system yet again, which is fine. We're not going to move the storage for our base cooling loop. We're just going to move the stuff that isn't actually functioning yet. And I got to figure out how I want to do that, because we definitely need to cool this, but we also need it to overflow in 2 different directions. And we're planning on redoing this area once this water gets below pressure where it'll absolutely annihilate us. So there's a few things we got to rework. But in addition to that, we got plenty of other projects we can work on, including the industrial-sized Dreco and Pip farm. So while we work on gradually sorting this out again, we'll finish up the kitchen first thing on Thursday, because all we really got to do is get hydrogen in that loop and then route a few things with these conveyor rails, get some power to a few spots, and our kitchen will then officially be working in deep freeze mode. And it doesn't matter if we overproduce at that point, because it'll all be frozen. And once we get that done, we'll kind of like do little bits and pieces working on what I was just talking about, but our main project at that point is going to be to start ripping out the stuff up here, venting some of these gases into space, and getting prepared for the Dreco ranch. And we might do some similar stuff down here. We need to start squaring this off, but I don't want to get ahead of myself because, you know, stuff. And that's going to have to be where we call it for the day. Let me see. If we've got someone we know who's online, we'll raid over to them. But if we don't, I am dying right now to go to the bathroom. So Zed's in just chatting mode. Too Legit is doing Ani. Roast some marshmallows. I'll see you when you get home. Sounds good. Sounds good. Let's go raid over to Too Legit, because Too Legit's awesome. And when they raided me last time, I was playing Magic. So let's go show him some Ani love. Wonderful creator, very prevalent in the creation of Ani content. So we're going to go say hi. I'm going to run to the restroom. And then I will see everybody tomorrow for some RimWorld. If you're around later, we'll be playing some Civ 6 on Discord. Take care of yourselves, everyone, and be well.
Dude, I'm gonna make my omelet machine. Immediately. How am I not gonna make my omelet machine? It's time, dude. All the omelets. Hey, Neither Cloud, coming in with the raid. Thanks so much for the raid, Neither Cloud. I see you over there. Shout out to you. Hello? How are you?